replacing existing assets as part of an expansion of those, or it's addressing an existing deficiency. And the legislation doesn't allow us to fund that cost from development. So we remove about 1.5 billion. That leaves us with 3.7 billion, just over 3.7 billion, that is related to development occurring over the next 10 years. The city fortunately has a mix of funding tools that it can use, and we want to maximize the utilization of the non-DCL tools. The city effectively uses community amenity contributions, the CACs, density bonusing, conditions through the application process, and other mechanisms. And they fund about 1.9 billion of this anticipated cost, leaving us with about another 1.9 billion that we've allocated for recovery through the DCL funding frameworks. The next few slides are going to provide a summary of those, but we're going to focus on those last three columns from the 3.7 billion over to the left to the 1.86. The next slide is with respect to replacement housing. It's important to stress that the City of Vancouver is unique in British Columbia being allowed to fund housing, and it is focused on replacement housing. This is a significant capital program, so we've got the 1.8 billion, which really is the city's net cost after consideration of other contributions from senior government. You're providing a significant amount of land and units, either delivered directly or through some of your key partners. I also want to stress, you can see that deduction for CACs, the empty homes tax, and the DCL reserves is significant at $1.7 billion. So this is a large program, but it has other funding to it, leaving us with $295 million for funding from DCLs. The next slide speaks to childcare program, and you can see that we're funding a range of spaces, both for those early childcare years 0 to 4, and then also the school-age children spaces 5 to 12, a range of different kinds of spaces in different formats through different delivery mechanisms. Program totaling about 265 million. But once again, there's significant contributions from CACs, density bonusing, and other DCL reserves that can fund 166 million of that, leaving us with about 98 million to fund from DCLs. And on to the next one, the Parks program. Once again, a very significant program. And it's really geared towards acquiring land and then developing that land. There's some restrictions in terms of how the money can be spent. Parkland development is typically about in placing fields and doing amenities to the parks. We can use the money to fund washrooms that you can see there, but not many other building kinds of structures within the park environment. So it's fairly restrictive, but gives you a good funding source. Once again, it's important to recognize there are other funding sources, but the Parks Board has a dynamic program moving forward to continue to deliver a livable city for the residents of Vancouver. On to the next slide is the transportation program. And I really want to stress here that this is not just about the delivery of roads. And in fact, it's much more about enhancing and encouraging increased active transportation modes across the city. We're looking at adding a significant amount of new and upgraded bike lanes. We've got improvements and expansions to bridge systems to allow better flow of individuals throughout the city. There's signalization and safety measures, all of which are surrounding improving active transportation access, shifting that mode away from single occupancy vehicles to encourage climate change and greater sustainability within the transportation system throughout the city. And then on to the next slide, we've got the utility program. I'm not going to spend too much time here. As I noted, it's a standalone utilities DCL program focused largely on linear infrastructure. And you can see that the sewer and drainage is an important element of this. It's also focusing on ensuring that you've got that necessary infrastructure to accommodate significant amount of growth throughout the city. And now what I'd like to do is move into the recommendations section here. And the first thing that I want to talk about is some of the factors that are contributing to the rate impacts that we're seeing. I haven't said it yet, but we are seeing some upward pressure on the DCL rates. This is consistent with what I'm seeing with large urban municipalities across the country. And there's some contributing factors. One is the last significant update was back in 2017 and 2018, and there have been significant cost pressures occurring over that time horizon. Likewise, the city is continuing to experience and will continue to receive significant residential and non-residential development and redevelopment activities. Some of the important cost escalation things are that land acquisition costs have increased by 50% or more over the last 5 years, and construction costs have increased by at least 30%, with many indicators showing that within even the last year or two, those increases have been between 10 and 20 or more percent. As that is a preamble, as we move on to the next slide, I want to share with you the newly calculated rates. And you can see that the increases here are ranging from about $2 a square foot up to almost $8 a square foot. Speaking of the residential ones, I want to focus on where you pay most of these or collect most of these monies, and that's the high density residential. The current charge is about $28.37 a square foot. It's increasing by just over $7 a square foot to 35.46 a square foot. Likewise, and the other residential uses are increasing in a proportionately similar amount. Non-residentially, you can see that the commercial charge, which is currently at just shy of $21 a square foot, is increasing by almost $8 a square foot, up to $28.63. And the industrial uses are also increasing proportionally in a similar manner. There's significant amount more detail in Appendix B of the Council report with respect to the determination of these rates, and that's a high-level summary. On the next slide, this is where we get into the first key recommendation coming forward in the report. These increases, as I indicated, are between $2 and $8 a square foot. This can have a significant impact on projects that are already in the stream and can impact on the development pro formas of active applications. There is some built-in protection in the legislation for in-stream projects. However, there's other projects that would not receive that. And so in part what we're doing here and to response of input from the stakeholders and also just looking at the impacts, we are proposing that 50% of this increase take effect on September 30th of 2022. So that would result in about a $1 to $4 increase in the charges for most uses. And then the remaining increase would come into effect on September 30th of 2023. And just to talk about the DCL in-stream rate protection, and we can speak more about this if there's some questions. As I indicated, built into the charter, there is some protection for applications that have already been received up to the effective date of the new bylaw, as long as they pull a permit within the 1 year. However, that will not capture all projects that we are looking at over the time horizon, and that's why we're proposing to allow for some extended phase-in options at 50% this September and moving to the full calculated rates next year. What I'd like to do is just, in this context, share with you some of the pressures that we're seeing both regionally there in BC, but also across the country. You can see that other municipalities there in British Columbia are experiencing pressures of between 40 plus and 50 plus % in terms of their DCL rates. That's consistent with what I'm experiencing here in the Ontario jurisdiction. We're working with the City of Toronto. We just recently come forward with an increase of about 45 to 50%. And likewise, they're looking at some phasing options in consultation with the development industry. So you're not alone in seeing these pressure on the prices. And in fact, yours are at the lower end of some of the major urban areas across the country. Just moving on to the next slide. I'll speak to this is Coriolis and Blair Herb is on the line in case there's questions on that. They did some excellent testing of various pro formas of developments and different types of development in different locations throughout the city. For many uses, the proposed kind of increase that we're looking at are going to be achievable within reasonable time frames. The idea here is that as you increase DCLs, developers will look to acquire sites at a lower value, so the land value tends to accommodate changes in prices like this. However, if they've already purchased the price, it can be more difficult to recover those costs, so it can result in either delays in the programs or lower profitability for the development, and it can stall some projects. So in part, we're saying even though the economic testing is showing the viability of these rate increases, we're recognizing that there is some sensitivity in the short term. And what I would just like to comment on my last slide, and this it can get a little bit challenging to explain all of the nuances around this. And this deals with the share of the DCL allocations. How much of the DCL money is going towards the four key citywide services, and then the utilities operates quite differently. You can see that housing and childcare both have red arrows pointing down. But before that creates too much alarm, I just want to explain once again, the housing program actually continues to be more robust and more extensive than it was back in 2017. However, we are anticipating higher levels of senior government funding for that program, and also significant amounts of other kinds of funding mechanisms going towards the housing and optimizing the CACs and other tools to ensure the effective delivery of the program. So their share is going down, but their importance of their program and the delivering of the housing is still critical. Likewise, childcare is going down somewhat, but in a similar way, we know that there was going to be higher levels of senior government funding as it has been announced both federally and provincially. And in addition, there is some money available in the DCL reserves to fund against the initial projects. And many of these projects get delivered as in-kind CAC contributions. So once again, the childcare program is as robust as it was and will continue to be so, just receives that additional funding. Parks is the area where we're seeing the increase. And as I alluded to you earlier, in 2017, they had money in their DCL reserve that hadn't been allocated to projects. They've been very effective at utilizing that money to acquire land and develop parkland. And now they have a robust program to move forward with that to support the livable community and also support climate mitigation efforts across the city. And also on the transportation side, you can see an increase there. And that's just recognizing the importance, once again, of encouraging active transportation, supporting climate change efforts, and to ensure, once again, a livable city for the residents of Vancouver. And finally, the utility one, the capital program is up marginally, but once again, it's about critical infrastructure and delivery and operates a bit more as a standalone DCL framework. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to city staff to talk about the balance of the recommendations.
Mike?
Can everyone hear me? Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, Council. Nate Bunio, planner with the Finance and Growth Team in Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. So I'm just going to cover the remaining slides in the presentation. The next recommendation I'm covering here on the slide is around the amendment to the citywide DCL waiver for for-profit affordable rental housing. Note that the waiver for rental housing is different than the social housing exemption, which is required under the Vancouver Charter. The rental waiver has been in place since 2009 and historically has supported over 4,600 rental units, while also resulting in $60 million in foregone DCL revenue. Rental housing is an important part of the housing continuum, and supply continues to increase, as shown in the development forecast earlier, where 1/3 of future residential floor space is anticipated to be rental. The foregone DCL revenue limits the city's ability to fund other public benefits, particularly as strata and rental have similar growth impacts on public benefits. This report seeks to balance the need to continue to support rental housing supply, but also secure contributions towards needed public benefits. And it also includes a report back from a council motion earlier in 2021 on a rental CAC target, where staff are recommending a DCL charge instead of a CAC. The city retained Coriolis Consulting to test the impact of amending the citywide DCL rental waiver. The testing found that rental development is very different from strata development, and rental viability is often marginal across the city. The DCL waiver is one of the important incentives the city provides to support rental development, particularly for the rental that includes a below-market component or moderate income units. The testing showed that a marginal decrease to the waiver, which results in a $3 per square foot charge, can be accommodated in most rental development without impacting viability, again, while also balancing the need to contribute towards growth costs. Any further decrease in the waiver resulting in a higher citywide DCL charge would significantly impact rental viability. So with that in mind, staff are recommending the following. There are two rent requirements that applicants can use to qualify for the citywide DCL waiver. The first requirement is where rents are at or below CMHC market rents for newer rental buildings. For this type of rental, staff are recommending to reduce the DCL waiver to 86%, which would result in a nominal rate of $3 per square foot for the citywide DCL charge. The second rent requirement is where rental includes a 20% below market component, which includes moderate income rents or below market rents. Staff are recommending to maintain the 100% citywide DCL waiver, as the economic testing shows this type of rental is more reliant on the waiver to support more affordable rental units. This next slide shows the summary of other DCL bylaw amendments. Recommendation D includes amendments to the reduced rates offered, which includes removing the reduced rate for above ground parking garages. Just a note that below ground parking is typically not charged a DCL, so this again applies to above ground parking. Another change is expanding the reduced rate for community energy centers and works yards to all DCL districts, and expanding the reduced rate for cultural facilities, which will include artist studios, museums, galleries, and theaters. Recommendation E removes the payment of levy by installments option, as this is rarely used by applicants while also resulting in significant administrative work for staff. Recommendation F adds and amends definitions of the DCL bylaws to provide further clarity. And recommendation G makes a minor adjustment to the micro-dwelling unit size requirement to align the DCL bylaw with the city's micro-dwelling guidelines. So moving to a summary of stakeholder consultation. Staff engaged with a number of key membership groups, including industry stakeholders, nonprofit organizations, senior government agencies, and the Park Board. An introductory consultation was held in early 2022, and in May, we shared the draft DCL rates and policies for stakeholder feedback. The industry stakeholders provide feedback around the issue of rising costs impacting projects, particularly for projects within the application process, which Craig mentioned earlier, which is the reason for requesting a phase-in of the increased DCL rates. Note that UDI and Landlord BC did not support the recommended change to the citywide DCL rental waiver. So further stakeholder correspondence can be found in Appendix D of the report. Also note that staff met with the Park Board twice within the DCL update process, and on June 20th at a Park Board committee meeting, the Park Board approved a recommendation to support the DCL report before you today, as well as a recommendation to write a letter to Council to advocate to the province for increased DCL spending flexibility. In regards to the financial implications, through this DCL update, anticipated DCL revenue is expected to increase from about $100 million per year to $150 to $175 million per year. This is dependent on a number of factors, including the pace of development, as well as not factoring in other areas of foregone DCL revenue. In regards to foregone revenue for the DCL rate phase-in, staff anticipate about $15 to $20 million of foregone revenue, again, mostly seen in years 1 and 2 as the rates are phased in. So to conclude the presentation, we'll again show a summary of the recommendations. Recommendation A is the updated DCL rates with a 2-year phase-in. Recommendation B, the updated citywide DCL allocation between replacement housing, childcare, parks, and transportation. Recommendation C is the modest adjustment to the citywide DCL waiver for for-profit affordable rental housing. Recommendations D to G include other DCL bylaw amendments, including amending the reduced rates, removing the payments by installments option, amending DCL bylaw definitions, and adjusting the micro-dwelling unit size exemption. And then note that all recommendations take effect September 30th, 2022, with the exception of the updated citywide DCL allocations, which would take effect upon council approval. So that concludes our presentation. Staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So in the question queue, we do have a question queue, but Councillor DeGenova, that must be a holdover, is it?
No, I have questions.
Okay. This was held for questions by Councillor Swanson, but I'm assuming...
You can go first. That's fine.
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry. Is that your... Go ahead, Councillor.
I think we all put ourselves on that queue for this item. Wait, there was a list that was existing.
That was the main queue from the previous from the last queue for the Broadway Plan.
I put myself on the queue as soon as we... It doesn't matter.
I have put myself on, and I think other councillors have done the same for that.
Okay.
That was the queue we had.
So staff says that they've transferred names from that queue to this question queue for this item.
This is not the order or the composition of that list.
Yeah, Mayor Stewart is not here, so probably that's true.
That is the correct, that is the order that I see now.
That's the main queue. Steph, just so we can be clear about that, because I think that main queue was maybe a holdover from from our previous queue for the Broadway plan. Can you just inform me, if I go back to the question queue, have you put the names down that were on, I'm going to let the staff figure this out. Okay, so they are going to clear the queue, and I'm going to put Councillor, Councillor Kirby, you're on, that's fine. Councillor Swanson, Councillor DeGenova, do you want to add yourself? The staff just asked if they could clear it, so it would be easier. And Councillor Kirby, although Councillor Swanson held it, normally I would turn to her first, but you put yourself on first, so I'll just have you go first. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I am actually really happy to have this report, and I appreciate the work that staff have done on this, because I sat on the Park Board previously, just to preface some comments, when the DCLs were cut for parks and green space from 41% to 18%, and I vociferously opposed it because it was noted that there was funds in the bank that were unused, but they are actually allocated for specific projects. And there's also, and I'm just prefacing, there's also a gap, I think, in terms of the ability of how DCLs are used. So I'd actually like to move the recommendations, and I'd like to add an amendment.
She has the floor, she can move the recommendations, but that means that any questions are going to have to come as points of information. She has the right to do that. So I am going to take us back to the main queue because the recommendations are moved now. I'm sorry, staff, I think this is a holdover, so Councillor Kirby Young should go on that first.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. So this is the amendment.
Add yourselves to that queue.
So this is the amendment queue now, just to clarify?
Oh, yeah, now we're in an amendment queue, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So I've sent in an amendment that I feel really strongly about, and I thought it was important to kind of set the stage and start off with this. And that is that we have two significant pressures. One, in terms to provide some context for council on this, and the thinking is that part of the reason, in my estimation, that we've had such pressure on infrastructure and community amenities and livability was a direct slash to our DCLs back in 2017 on areas that the city is specifically responsible for. And things like parks and recreation were slashed. Parks were slashed in order to allocate more towards housing and childcare, which, as staff have noted, were typically the purview of senior governments. And at the same time, we know, as we're going through capital planning, that we have, and staff has shared with us in updates in this chamber, we've got a $300 million infrastructure deficit on our existing infrastructure. And we are constrained in DCLs in only being able to use them to pay for growth and not be able to pay to use them to upgrade existing facilities. So where that manifests itself is something like, say, you have population growth coming into the Marpole area, you're trying to renew the Marpole Community Center, and your DCLs or some of those other CCs can only apply to the part that supports growth. So something like the senior center addition at Killarney, or if there are more square footage in a community center, for example, but not to upgrading some of the existing. And our facilities, as we said, are aging, and they can actually work better and harder to support the existing population. So I would really like us to take a second hard look at advocating to the provincial government, but get some good information that comes back from staff on what the impacts are of advocating for flexibility and how DCLs can be used to support and maximize existing infrastructure and not just for the growth component of it. And I think that's really important. And I've included references not just to rec facilities and parks in here, but also social and cultural facilities and library as well, really focusing on the public-facing projects here. And on the advice of staff, and again, I've spoken to the spirit of it, this is about trying to address the livability piece. It's a very big conversation for council right now as we're considering the Broadway Plan, for example. and how those facilities can support our growing population. And so on the advice of staff, looking to get some information back on that so that advocacy of the province can be really framed well in terms of how that impacts the different tools that we have. And that's the amendment, or sorry, the additional amendment to the existing recommendations.
Yes, and that's what we're discussing is the amendment right now, not the whole thing. So Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Thanks.
proposed.
Chair, I was just going to ask a point of procedure, if you can stop my timer for. My point of procedure is it possible to suspend the procedure by law to allow for either questions or an increase in our amount of time so that we could ask questions also and have time for discussion?
That's not happened before, so let me just.
I'm trying to be
check with the
creative.
clerk. Councillor, did you know the process for this would be, as it is with asking questions of staff under any normal circumstance. In this case, we are in debate. You can ask points of information. You can ask for another round in the debate, and that next round in debate still enables you to ask questions of staff. If you have more questions, you can ask for a third round. That would take a 100% vote to do that.
I'm going to go for 2 rounds. So that's what I was asking, which was the best way to do this. So if you want to start my timer, I'd like to move that we have a second round of debate, which will allow me time to ask staff some questions or points of information.
Yes, I'm just going to test for consensus on that. All those in favor of a second round in debate on this, for this amendment, please say aye. Those in opposition say no, nay. All right, we'll have a second round.
Just wanted to check also another point of procedure is I understood when Councillor Kirby Young moved this, it was with the amendment.
No, she actually said that she is moving it and has an amendment.
I'll just ask all my questions then in the amendment. So a point of information for staff. I'm wondering, one of the slides talked about the significant increase from $2 a square foot to $8 a square foot. I'm wondering if you can share the analysis on how this will affect the market. As we know, developers pass their costs onto the market, and that does affect housing prices, which also affects livability. So I'm wondering, noting that industry and industry, UDI isn't just private developers, it's nonprofit developers, were against this, and affordability was brought up. I'm hoping that you can share with us what that outcome and analysis is.
I'll ask Blair to answer that question for us. Blair, if you're on the line.
Hi, Councillor. Blair Erb here from Coriolis. I hope you can hear me. Your question, we looked carefully at that. It's all documented in reports that I think are available to you. To keep our answer brief, the impact obviously varies depending on the type of project because the increase in the DCL varies by the type of project. But at the very high end, which you quoted of about an $8 per square foot increase, that is in a typical project less than 1% of the overall project costs. So a simple-minded way of thinking about it would be to say that if there was price pressure due to increased costs, it would be less than 1%.
Thanks so much. Just another question for you while you're on the line there, Blair, up through a point of information through the chair, is looking at the slide that was brought up during your presentation, talking about the City of Toronto, the Regional District of Nanaimo, Coquitlam, Markham, Ontario, District of Langley, Toronto, North Vancouver, and Vancouver. you talk about a rate adjustment. So I understand the adjustment, but I'm trying to level set the rates. So how do our actual rates stack up against those different cities or municipalities?
So maybe our colleagues from Hempson could respond to that for us?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, through the chair, I'd be pleased to respond. Locally within the Vancouver context, the city's rates, especially as it relates to higher density residential and the commercial charges, you are at the top end of that spectrum of charges. When we compare you with other jurisdictions, such as the City of Toronto and some of the other municipalities in the GTA, your high density residential tend to be lower at the lower end of the spectrum. Um, of the range, and then your commercial and industrial charges are more comparable, but once again, typically at the lower end of some of the larger urban jurisdictions that we've reviewed.
Okay. Do you have any specific rates that you could share? I mean, like, for instance, per square foot for Vancouver, I mean, I see the adjustment here, but I don't have that information in front of me, nor could I find it in the report. I'm trying to level set what those rates are. I mean, the adjustments, what the increases are shown here, and you're telling me we're at the top end of that. But where can I find that information as to the comparison of the rates for the different municipalities that you've outlined here?
Yes, it can be somewhat challenging to do those comparisons, especially once you move outside of British Columbia, because elsewhere in the country, these kinds of charges are typically levied on a per unit basis rather than a per square foot basis. We did do some comparisons of identifying, say, a small or a large apartment and setting the square footage. We did have those rate comparisons. We looked at staff just to see whether they were in the actual report, or we could certainly make them available.
I couldn't find them myself, but perhaps I'll ask staff if there's a page number I should be looking at.
They were not included in this report, but we certainly can make those available to the council.
Okay, that would be great. Just another question that I had, and again, a point of information. I'm wondering if staff can share if this was also socialized or consulted through the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. I see UDI listed here, but I don't see BC Nonprofit Housing Association. And although I understand that they have partial waivers, if they're building a project that has integrated housing, then they would still be subject to a portion of that waiver. Is that correct?
Yep. And I'm going to ask Chris to come up and answer
Actually,
those.
Councillor Adriane is out of time, so she's going to go back on the list afterwards, and maybe the answer can come at that point.
Thanks.
Great. Okay. Councillor Dominato, you are next for questions.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, through you, point of information. Staff from Hempson had referenced that in, I believe it was in 2017, when the last changes were made, it was that the reason parks had been allocated fewer DCLs because there was unused DCLs in reserve. I'm just wondering if they could comment on that. Is that still the case today? And was that the rationale for allocating less to parks? Because that's not my understanding from previous briefings.
It's my understanding, I wasn't here, of course, but it is my understanding that that was the rationale and that those funds have now been cleared, so that's no longer the case.
Yes, okay.
Yep.
And just going back to the point around forecasted floor area, I just want to clarify what I heard. So it's a 2023 to 2032. That is based on in-stream applications for rezonings as well as ones in construction under development?
Yes, those are the ones that we have a high level of confidence that those will continue, particularly in areas where we have approved plans. So not the Broadway, because that hasn't been a plan, but we've certainly forecasted some growth in Canby where we see a good, reliable, consistent development trend. We'll go in and look at those areas.
So it captures that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's super helpful. I want to go to, sorry, just bear with me. I'm trying to scroll down to one of the slides, and it was the slide on the transportation program and DCLs. And it's the forecast around active transportation, complete streets, description 100% growth, 189 million. Signals and street lights, 18% growth, 51 million. I'm asking about this question because I raise it quite a bit. I get a lot of calls and emails about, well, active transportation, one thing, but the other one is around signals and street lights. And I'm just curious how we come up with that sort of growth projection, and is that fairly accurate? Because again, it is the one where repeatedly I hear from people that they're concerned about our progress around delivering sort of crossings, pedestrian crossings, beacons, street lights, largely because of pedestrian cycling safety. Those are the primary concerns I hear. So I'm just curious if you could comment on how we calculate that.
Yes, and I'll ask Steve Brown to comment on, Steve, if you're on the line, how we arrived at that number. And again, this is for new growth. So Steve, could you?
Thank you.
Yes, Steve Brown here, the manager of transit integration and projects, but today I'm covering for Paul Storer, director of transportation. So really the growth for the active transportation projects looks at which projects that are projected to be in areas where we are having growth, and then assigning it in that way. So looking at where the projects are within the city, and then determining in those high growth areas.
Okay. And then I want to follow up on the staff presentation around the DCL waivers and the proposed recommendation and change there. Appreciate that you gave the stakeholder feedback, and there was feedback from Landlord BC and UDI indicating that didn't support the proposed change. I'm just curious about what implications it has for delivering rental in the city. And I know there's different views on whether we should be offering DCL waivers at all, but I guess I'm concerned given what we're hearing about inflation and construction costs. Is this going to be a barrier? Are we actually creating, I don't know if anyone can answer that directly. I'm genuinely trying to understand if it is going to become a barrier to more rental, or if we really reasonably think it's supportable. And
So,
good question, sorry. That's my last question.
No. Chris, you want to?
Good afternoon, Council. Chris Clibben, Planner, Citywide and Regional Planning. It's important to note that the waiver change staff are recommending is basically a maintaining the waiver. We're only reducing the waiver we've been offering since 2009 by 14% down to 86%. So it will result in a $3 per square foot nominal charge on rental projects that seek the waiver. I would like to pass it over to Blair Erb from Coriolis, who's done extensive research on the impact of the $3 rate on rental projects seeking the waiver. So over to you, Blair.
Thank you.
Sure. Hi, Councillor. Blair Erb here. I'll try to keep it brief. Our work is documented in your council package, but what we essentially found is that a $3 per square foot DCL on market rental projects is likely digestible. It's not a really large share of the total. It's I should say it the other way, it's an extremely small share of the total overall project cost to create a new rental building. But having said that, there are a lot of headwinds right now for that developers, particularly rental developers, are facing, and you named some of them, like increasing construction costs, increasing financing rates. So that is in part why staff is recommending phasing in any increases over the 2-year period.
Sorry, way over time. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, mine's a question through you to staff. There was a report from Raymond Fung that talked about arguing that parks DCL should not be exempt from non-residential use, recognizing that staff utilize parks and open space. Can you speak to the response to that letter?
Sure. I'll ask Chris to speak to it, but I think that really goes to the amendment too, for staff to take a look at that. But Chris, you want to come up?
And this is something we saw with the Mount Pleasant industrial area, that the only CAC that was for childcare, and there was an opportunity to ensure that parks were included in that type of project and growth.
Okay, thanks for the question, Councillor Wiebe. Yes, we did read that comment. That was from Raymond Fung, who's a consultant hired by NAOP, which is the commercial group of landlords and building owners. What Mr. Fung was raising space, there's soccer regularly used in that park, and that's the same thing for all of our downtown parks adjacent to the CBD area. So we have a strong belief and foundational information behind this DCL update that it's entirely appropriate to charge commercial users the parks portion of the citywide DCL.
And do we see that increasing for DCLs for commercial areas or for CACs to go to parkland? Is that something that this review showcased moving forward? That's something that we'll do more of?
Yeah, this review is increasing the allocation almost twofold, parks compared to 2017.
Yeah, and I'll speak to the amendment. I am supportive of the amendment. A little confused about the impacts of advocating in the wording, but I understand that it's important for us to advocate this work, recognizing that it's something we did at Metro Vancouver Parks, is that we didn't just increase the park acquisition funding, but we allowed that funding to be for the creation of park space and for updating our parks, recognizing that we do have a lot of parks that we have to basically wait until the community centers are falling apart before we can fund new ones, and I think that it's not a good utilization of our funding. So I am supportive of this. I'm glad that Park Board brought this forward. I think it's important for us to continue to fund the restoration, expansion, and growth of our parks and community center system. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby Young?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple follow-up questions on the parks program slide in the deck. And I wonder, a couple questions. I realize that parkland acquisition is sensitive. I wonder if there's any general comments that staff could make with respects to acquisition in terms of targeted zones or areas of the city other than what's identified on the slide. There's about a significant amount in there of 165 million.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Kirby Young. I'd ask Aaron Embley to respond to that, please.
Thank you very much for the question. Councillor, we are focusing land acquisition as is laid out in VanPlay, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And so that's largely in our equity initiative zones, as well as targeted areas where we're already having park expansions underway. Thanks.
Okay, could you speak in terms of general quadrants of the city, neighborhoods? Like I'm looking for some specificity to the level that you might be able to.
Sure. Largely our equity initiative zones, we see along or within East Vancouver, and then, yeah, I think through the Broadway corridor, where we're seeing density added and lower provision of parks.
Okay, so the fact that we would be, okay, I'll stay on questions for now. So with respect to the park amenities, it shows an 87% growth for 150 million. Can you give us a bit of flavor onto what a park amenity might look like? What's included in that category?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question about the park amenity? I didn't quite catch it.
On the slide for park program, it shows $150 million for park amenities. Can you give us an example of what some of those park amenities might be like to make that real for people?
Sure. Our park amenities category includes full park renewals, and so that can look at playing fields, splash pads, courts, diamonds, fields, new trails, renewed built-up areas or biodiversity augmentation. All those types of things that you see in parks are captured under park amenities. It's quite a long list.
Okay. And then my next question.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll put myself back. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks. I was just hoping staff might have that answer to the previous question.
The question was consulting with the nonprofit. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Councillor DeGenova. Yes, it's Chris Clibben from the Planning Department. We did consult with the BC Nonprofit Housing Association in your council report on page 169. On May 5th, we did, you'll see that we did BC NHPA, including a lot of the umbrella organizations under that group, so More Than a Roof, Affordable Housing Societies, Coast Mental Health, Association of Neighborhood Houses, etc. All those groups were consulted with in the DCL update.
And did they express the same concerns that we heard from UDI?
We never received any formal feedback from that group in terms of whether they supported or did not support.
Okay, all right. And those groups usually would partner with private developers. Most of them wouldn't go at it on their own, correct? The majority, I would think, of the nonprofits.
I think the answer to that is they may or may not.
All right, thanks very much. I'll just speak briefly to this. I'd like to ask Chair that after this, in case I forget to ask, that we sever if this amendment passes, because I will support letter K being added, because this is directing staff to report back, but also for advocacy to the provincial government. I can say that I understand this passed at Park Board, as staff had noted in their presentation, but it wasn't a unanimous vote at Park Board. That also there was some concern that, you know, when you look at the amenities and the fact that we do need to renew many of our community centers. I mean, I look at the community center in my neighborhood, Hastings Community Center, and it is long overdue for renewal. You know, I say to people, being a former Park Board commissioner, don't go to your community center. If there's an earthquake, it might fall down before your house. And I think we really do need to address that. At the same time, we want people to be able to live in our city so they can enjoy our community centers and not turn them into country clubs, because people will have to move so far away because our city isn't going to be livable. It's not going to be affordable. This will tamper with and increase market rates. And I do, you know, to some of the other questions and concerns that were raised already by some of my other colleagues, I do have issues with that. Specifically, this amendment, I support it. I find it a little bit interesting that, you know, it's being brought forward, fair enough, by another previous Park Board commissioner, but considering ABC has said the first thing they will do is abolish the Park Board.
Chair, point of order. I believe our code of conduct refrains from political comments and character assassinations of other councillors, and I believe we're in that territory. If you could caution the councillor.
Yes, I will absolutely do that, Councillor DeGenova. I don't think that you should in any way comment on or make accusations around the intent of statements that might be made by others. So keep to the point of this
Just a
amendment.
point of procedure.
This amendment.
Okay.
Yes.
A point of procedure. Do we need to state part of the code of conduct when we call a point of order?
I'm just calling it. Thank you.
Okay, so you'll allow that for others too.
No, I was in the process
Just
of
want to make sure we're fair. Thank you. Thanks for answering the question. I appreciate fairness. Thank you, Chair, for answering that. So you know, I didn't call out a specific councillor, but this is something that is out there in the media. It's public information that, you know, there is a risk possibly that our Park Board, well, actually couldn't be abolished because the provincial government would have to make that decision. But I think that it is important that we do what we can to advocate to the provincial government. But I also think that it's important we do what we can within our own city budget to look at this. And I know that as we move forward in discussing our capital plan, that's something that should be top of mind for councillors. So I am going to ask for severing. I will support this amendment, but I'm not supporting the main report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think I heard staff say that there's a $3 a square foot difference per rental unit in terms of the DCL waiver for 20% below market versus just a plain old DCL waiver for rental housing below the CMHC average for that side of the city. Is that right?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Just to clarify, what we're recommending is a nominal $3 per square foot charge on the citywide DCL waiver for 100% market rental, secured market rental projects. The second stream of the citywide DCL waiver related to the moderate income rental units, where there's the 20% affordability integrated into the projects. We're not recommending any change to that particular part of the waiver. So it's really just those 100% for-profit affordable market rental projects. We're looking to add the $3 per square foot DCL charge if they qualify for the waiver.
So if I would just doing my little calculations here, and if the average unit was 800 square feet, that would be $2,400 we'd be giving up. For $2,400, wouldn't it be worthwhile to get to 20% below market? That's what I'm saying. Is that making any sense?
I'm going to refer Dan Garrison here to bring.
Hi, thanks, Councillor. Dan Garrison from Housing Policy. I think the thing to understand is the DCL waiver is one of a range of incentives that are required to make the rental housing viable. In most cases, when we're talking about 100% market rental, our policies largely are incentivizing projects up to about 6 stories in height and density, as we've seen through other plans and the projects that are coming forward where we're securing the deep affordability with the 20% below market. The waiver is needed, but in addition to that, we're also talking about projects that are getting significantly more height and density to allow them. So it's not necessarily just a straight across comparison of the DCL rate.
Okay, I got it. The other thing I'm wondering is, why is our rate increase so much lower than it is in other cities? I think it was 85% increase in Toronto.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Chris Clibben, Planning Department. I'll start with the answer to that and maybe refer to Craig Binning from Hempson, who's on the line. The rate increase between $2 and $8 per square foot is in addition to the existing rate in effect. As was mentioned earlier in the presentation, our rates are at the highest for the high density residential in the region and the highest for commercials. So any increase to a rate that's already at the top is significant. The second thing to note is every 4 years we're doing these comprehensive DCL updates. So we were here in 2017 and we were able to get a 25% increase on our citywide DCL. And in 2018, Council approved a brand new utilities DCL, which was an additional charge for development. So you got to add all those things up together and think about the cumulative impact on development. So.
Okay. And the other thing, you're recommending a delay of half of the rate increase for a year. So what I'm wondering is how much extra money would we get if we didn't delay it?
Yeah, we have in the financial implications section of the council report, we identify what the impact of the phase-in is. And it's between $15 and $20 million over years 1 and 2, where the phase-in would be in effect.
So we'll lose between 15 and...
Correct. So it's about 1% of the overall $1.86 billion DCL program over 10 years.
And the reason for that is, the reason that we would give that money up is...
The reason it's critical that we give development in stream. So these are projects that have already acquired land and that are in the approvals process right now. Give them time to absorb this new cost. So it's prudent based on our advice from our third-party consultants and based on advice we've been getting through the consultation process and NAIOP and UDI to give those applicants in stream as much notice and time to adjust to the increases in costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Oops, I'm sorry. Just so sorry. If you could just add Councillor Kirby Young before Councillor Dominato, that'd be appreciated.
Actually, I'm happy to finish the amendment and then speak after on, or actually, no, I'll ask a question since we're doing that. We have a second round. Just with respects to housing, I just want confirmation from staff that the proposed reallocation and percentages is in recognition of all the different tools that the city has, whether it's provision of land, inclusionary zoning, affordability requirements, and the additional support from senior levels of government, their responsibility, and that's why that has been reduced and the focus has been put on things like livability, increase in parks, trying to get back towards the previous state, and transportation. Is that a fair assessment?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, yes, I think that's the fair assessment. The idea is overall, through our overall capital program, we're actually allocating and hoping to achieve a very substantial amount of social housing through the DCL as well. The DCL rate and the amount that's being collected to put towards housing is going down. We have other sources of municipal funds, including things like the empty homes tax, which could produce as much as $200 million over the next 10 years to go towards housing projects. We also are anticipating now both the federal and provincial governments at the table with substantial programs that we didn't have in the past, and so we're looking at that source as well to contribute. So, well, I mean, we're from the housing perspective comfortable with where
Okay, so housing is still coming out ahead, reflecting back. It's not that it's getting shortchanged, it's that streets and parks that we don't have other options for funding are the ones that have really borne the brunt of this. Is that,
I think that's a fair characterization, yeah.
okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am not seeing anyone else on the list. So we can be taken to a vote, clerk, for this amendment. And that is unanimous. So we will now move back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby Young, you're on the main queue.
Yeah, I just want to sort of really speak and appreciation and thank staff for the work on this. I alluded to previously that I sat on the park board when we had the then city manager come down and present to the park board of the day to explain to us why the DCLs were going to go from 41% or down to 18. And I was vehemently opposed and concerned about it at that time because I could see the trajectory playing out with land costs rising. And the impact that that would have on us as our city grew and densified to actually acquire new space given the high cost of land. And certainly staff have affirmed that fear came to pass with the fact that I think this report referenced land cost had gone up by 50%. And so when we're having significant debates, whether it's about the Broadway Plan or others around densification, the ability to support livability, this is directly tied. This is why these policies really matter because quite honestly, I think that the city has been has its hands tied behind its back in trying to keep pace because the same price is an inverse relationship. Your land costs were going up, you reduce the allocation by less than half. And that's pretty significant. We've also seen, for example, these are areas that only the City of Vancouver has responsibility for, and we have been challenged to only do so many traffic signals per year. We're talking about the ability to add active transportation, and there hasn't been funding for any of these areas. Our seawall falling apart, the need for additional tree canopy in the City of Vancouver, all of those things that matter to why Vancouver is Vancouver and what people really love and what they're striving to try to hold on to is that notion of livability in the city at the same time that we're supporting housing. And so it's interesting timing that we're having these two reports today. At the same time, we're having the Broadway Plan discussion, and we paused for this one because that was going to be one of the comments that I was going to make in my closing comments on the Broadway Plan, that this is one of the ways that we get here, that it's a 30-year plan for Broadway with a 10-year public benefit strategy, but there are other tools and mechanisms to improve on that. This is one, and that's one of the reasons, tying the pieces together, that I wholeheartedly support the work that staff have done on this, and hopefully we can get some additional flexibility on how we use those, because growth, when we have growth, people don't just go to new facilities even if you have the funds, they go to the existing community centers or pool or the library or whatever the case is, and that puts additional pressure on those aging assets, which are significant. We saw the roof, or sorry, the side of the wall fall off the aquatic center. We had storm damage with respect to Kitts Pool. And these are the things that ripple through the hearts of residents in Vancouver, because that's what gives them the opportunity to get out and actually enjoy quality of life in our city. And I really don't want to lose that. So I'm highly supportive of the rebalancing and the reallocation of the percentages. And I'm really grateful to staff for the work on this. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I will be speaking in support. I thought the report was really well done, breakdown of information. I was surprised on the forecasted residential floor area, how little medium density residential we're expecting in the next 10 years of only 2 million square foot. So it was great to really get numbers, recognizing that we are in some large planning documents, and I haven't seen this granular data to this level. So I really appreciate the work done in this to provide us clear information and rationale on why we're moving forward with these DCLs. I spoke to council in 2017 as the chair, and I know that I was concerned. I knew that we were raising the amount by 25%, and I was hoping that we'd get about 35% so we could get back up to that level we had to deliver on the Vancouver plan. So this is bringing us to about that level that we had asked for per year to deliver on the Vancouver strategy for 25 years at Park Board. So Really appreciate that staff were able to make it work, and really supportive to see that kind of long-term planning can get back on track. And so this is kind of aligning multiple plans. So really appreciate all of staff's work on this, and I think it's a great step forward for this council.
Thanks, Councillor Weep. Councillor Swanson?
I just wanted to ask if we could sever A and C.
Actually, at this point, Councillor Dijanova was asked to sever everything. Oh, just K. That's great. Thank you. Councillor Swanson, was that A and C, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. Clerks, just take note A and C. Yes, I've got a note of that. No problem. Okay, that's it for you, Councillor Swanson?
Yes.
Great. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm happy to speak in support of this report, and I appreciate, to the point that Councillor Reid just made, is that there was some really great information, and you know, having gone through the initial pre-brief to this, but also the presentations today, I think really well researched, and I appreciate all of the jurisdictional comparisons. It's really important for us to have that data. But I do want to speak to the essence of this for me, is that I think going back a couple of years ago now, I was starting to make some inquiries, and we had some presentations around DCLs, and I remember looking at the allocations and trying to understand why it was so low, particularly for parks and transportation, and that there had been a significant shift. And so for me, what's recommended here really does bring back to Councillor Kirby Young's point, the balance that I think is really necessary as we're looking at growth and recognizing that DCLs can only be used for certain areas, infrastructure in terms of the city. But we are certainly, and we saw this during the pandemic, seeing the increasing pressure on parks, but also with respect to transportation. And I know a couple of councillors of late have been fielding requests from residents around the infrastructure tied to pedestrian crossings, cycling infrastructure, and it is directly connected to growth. We are adding density in the city through rental and strata and otherwise, and we're also encouraging the public to abandon using cars and to walk and cycle, which I think is fantastic. But it does mean we need to be using DCLs for this infrastructure. And I think if you look back at the allocation going back to 2017, 2018, I don't think it was very balanced. And I think that the city staff and the consultants who've been involved in this work have really found that here. And I think it's really important. And as we've heard, there's still substantive allocations going to housing, a lot of it coming through development is not, and so I think, and still contributions towards childcare, and also appreciative of the utilities DCL that was added in 2018, because that's another area we're seeing significant pressures in terms of water and sewer systems. And so happy to support the report, and as well as the recommendations around the DCL waiver. Although I will comment on that, I do hope, and I'm not moving an amendment, be forewarned, I do hope there will be a report back from staff as to, fairly rapidly if there are issues with that, if we start to see it slowing down rental builds and concerns. And I hearken back to some other policy discussions we've had at council where policy changes were made and then there wasn't a review for several years, and it came quite late to the council that, there's a problem with this policy. I think there needs to be an eye on this, and I think that where you get that information is directly from those who are doing the work, who are on the front lines, who are in developing those homes. So I think that just is really important, is to monitor, I guess, is the takeaway for me in terms of the DCL waiver. But overall, happy to support the report.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah, not to reiterate too much of what's been said, but I appreciate this report. I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I recognize it is a lot of work, and the analysis. Putting on my UBCM hat for a second, this is an issue for local governments across British Columbia, and they're all struggling with how to manage the cost of growth, and we just can't keep up across the province. So it is a real issue, and I'm glad to see us taking this assertive approach. And to Councillor Dominato's sort of missive towards the end there about this report back, I hope that there's also opportunities that we're exploring tangentially around how we can further incentivize rental housing, maybe through the permitting process or other fast-tracking mechanisms that don't necessarily absolve the cost of paying for growth, but actually find different tools in the toolkits that we can still support the building of affordable and especially build the rental and obviously keeping the affordable waivers. But I think it's critical to figure out what other tools we can do that allow us to pay for growth. So thanks for this work, and I'm fully in support.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick?
Well, thanks. Watching and listening to this report has been surreal to me. Noting that Canada's inflation is now 7.7%, the highest point since 1983. It's unfathomable to me that we're looking at increasing not only DCLs from $2 to $8 a square foot increase, but adding to the inflationary spiral, adding insult to injury. This relates back to the capital budget, which is coming forward to a special council meeting next week, which will show a 26% increase, reflecting increases in both the revenue and expense side of the equation. All this illustrates the effects of city policies over the last decade plus of increased reliance on developer contributions to fund the capital budget. This has contributed in no uncertain terms to exponential land inflation. To me, the model is broken. We've created a monster with an insatiable appetite, and we're putting out fire with gasoline here. And all of this is making Vancouver more unaffordable. We need to promote more development to extract more and more revenue from more and more developers to generate more and more revenue to fund ever-expanding council priorities. And I suggest that perhaps the city should refocus on its priorities, part of what is intended here. And rather than promoting growth and resulting galloping inflation, we should focus on achieving balance, as what has been suggested, and some fiscal sustainability. It has not always been this way. The current model has not always been, and I'm lumping in other forms of developer contributions here, not just DCLs. But the city's whole business and financial model needs a radical rethink. Otherwise, we're going to continue this inflationary spiral. We need to start focusing on the forest, not just the trees. So, thank you.
Okay, that's it for the speakers to this, and that means we can be moved to a vote. We've had a request to sever A and C. Councillor Swanson, can you do those together? All right. So clerks, it's A and C have been asked to be severed together, and then there's a separate vote on K, and then I think we do the rest. All right, A and C first, everyone. Councillor Bligh. Okay, fair number absent. That vote does pass with Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, we are now on to, sorry, is the vote being projected? It has been, right. Okay, we are now moving to a vote on K. And then the rest. And that vote does pass with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. All right, now we are moving on to B and then D through J. Clear? Councillor Dominato? No, no problem. Just as you don't, it's fine. Okay, and that does pass with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. Great. I think that takes us to the end of this. Thank you, staff, for taking the time to present and also answer all the questions. Really appreciate it. Okay, that does, Council, take us back to the Broadway Plan. And we, I believe, ended in finishing an amendment. So we were in the main queue on that. I think there was Councillor, that's right. Yeah, that's who I have to. Great. Okay. Yeah, you are back. We are back on topic, Councillor Fry. I'm going to just advance you. Councillor, you're already there? Go ahead.
Sure, I need to.
Oh.
I do need to sort of pull myself a little bit together here, but yeah, I had one last amendment on that queue, so maybe we can move to an amendment.
Was this one that you had forwarded?
Yeah, it was on the original
Yes.
list. It was urban villages, I believe. And I'm trying to find that myself. Yeah, and this is on advice of staff after some conversations around, and this was in our list, basically looking at ways that we can, so we've done a good job of articulating sort of heritage villages throughout the plan. There are emergent areas that perhaps could benefit from that same vernacular. So I'm not suggesting pulling the tower vernacular out of the center's areas as are mapped, but exploring ways that we can kind of achieve some of that urban village feel in some of these areas that aren't articulated currently as urban villages. So really just asking staff to report back. I think, for instance, when I look to Arbutus north of Broadway or Burrard Street down by the Fifth Avenue cinemas, they do benefit from an opportunity there. And I think as we're adding density, how do we take advantage of those great north-south axes with views of the mountains and incorporate new urban villages that aren't necessarily predicated by heritage vernacular. That's that.
Okay. Everybody's got it up there? Thank you, Councillor Fry. To the amendment, Councillor Hardwick.
That's got to be a holdover.
Oh, wait a second. It's not a holdover. We should be on an amendment queue. And to the amendment, Councillor DeGenova. Oops. Okay, clerks, I'm going to let you handle that amendment queue. Oops. Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Feels like musical chairs. Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to support this amendment. I actually think it's a really an important consideration. I appreciate the work that staff did to recognize the villages within the Broadway Plan. I think this adds additional nuance to some other parts of sort of our commercial, retail, high street areas that are also villages, if you will, using that language. And so I appreciate those being articulated in this, and so happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. I'm not seeing anybody else on the queue. So, clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this amendment. We don't have, okay. Yep, we have for absence Councillor Kirby Young, if you wanted to vote, we are voting on the amendment on urban villages by Councillor Fry. But if that's fine, if you absent, all right. That vote passes unanimously. And oops, you're off the queue right now for some reason, Councillor Fry. Clerks, he did have the floor. I'm not sure. Anyway, Councillor Fry, did you want to continue speaking? You can go back on the list if you like. What? Okay, thank you. And if you had another amendment, you do not. Okay, if you don't mind putting yourself back on, that would be great. So Councillor Hardwick, we are on to you for, you are next on the list. This is the main queue.
That's got to be a holdover.
You didn't have anything to table?
Not at this point.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
I sent some amendments. Maybe we could deal with number 1.
Okay, when you're speaking to me, you should speak into your mic, and your mic is just behind your. Oh, what happened to that mic? We'll just stop your timer.
So is this any better?
Thanks for trying there. Just as close as you can get, Councillor Swanson. Thank you, appreciate that.
So this is just a.
Did you say you had an amendment?
Yeah.
Well, just a second. Before you do that, I'm going to move you to an amendment queue.
Oh.
Go ahead.
It's basically okay.
Pardon me?
The idea is just to put the little knot in there so that the tenants who are returning, who have been dem-evicted, who are returning to the new unit, won't be counted in the 20% below market rental. So it's a way to ensure, A, that they get a place in case there's more than the 20% would absorb, and B, to make it a little bit more expensive to demolish the rental buildings so that we can preserve them for longer, which is what we need in order to preserve affordability.
Okay. We are in this amendment queue. I see no one on this queue to question. Although, Vice Chair Kirby Young, if you wouldn't mind taking over, I do have a question to staff on this.
Yeah, go ahead, Chair Carr.
Through you, of that point of information to staff. So, staff, how will this amendment affect the overall affordability positively? I mean, I'm just looking for your response to this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy and Regulation. When we designed the below market approach to the plan, one of the things we were looking at is trying to provide a degree of certainty. So rather than just have it be a right of first refusal at the below market rents for the tenants that would be coming back, we wanted it to be fixed in the building at a fixed proportion of the building, which provides certainty for people buying land, for developers coming in, for the residents. And so that's the approach that we proposed. I think our concern with the amendment as proposed would just be that it would put us back into a situation of uncertainty where the number of units that would be secured at affordability would sort of fluctuate with the number of tenants that are on the site. The other thing I would just add is that when we did the evaluation of this, in all cases that we looked at, the number of below market units would be greater than the number of existing rental units on the site. So in all cases that we've looked at, there would be a requirement to provide the below market rents to the returning tenants, and that the below market rental floor area would accommodate that. So, so from our perspective, we would be somewhat concerned about the amendment changing the approach to below market and introducing an element of sort of uncertainty into the process.
Just as a second follow-up question, Dan, would this have the impact of increasing the percentage of non-market units within a building or decreasing it?
My sense of it would be that we would still, if this passed, we would be looking to secure the amount of floor area, the 20% at the below market rates, and then over and above that, we would be accommodating tenants coming back into the building. So it would result in there being more units at the affordable rate initially, but as those tenants moved on or wherever their lives took them, those units that below market rent would apply to those tenants and not to the units in perpetuity.
So this is in other words, the approach that you have is a tenant-oriented one, and this is a unit-oriented one. Is that right?
I think our approach is actually securing the units in perpetuity, and then providing access to those units for any tenants that are displaced and then could come back. This would be focused on this. I think this would do that as well, but then in addition to that, would also require that some of the units that over and above that 20% be set aside to accommodate the people.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Wiebe with a question?
Yeah, point question through you to staff.
Yes.
And mine is currently when we do the right of first refusal, there's no income testing, is that correct? So people that have high incomes are able to take the low income part of the 20%, is that normally right now?
Yeah, for the right of first refusal under our proposed approach, there's no income testing on returning tenants. That's to ensure that no one's displaced, that everyone who lives there today would be able to come back. Subsequently, in those below market units, there is an income testing mechanism once we get past those initial tenants.
Okay, but at the first part of the building, people with higher incomes could be taking some of the low income units.
It's correct in terms of the right of first refusal. People that would have incomes that exceed our income test for new renters would not be made ineligible as a result of that to return on the right of first refusal. That's right.
Okay, then because of that, I think that this is an important motion. I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Follow-up point of information through you, Chair, to staff.
Yes, go ahead.
So just looking for assurance or verification, then you don't feel that this would impact the viability of some projects, that we may not see some proceed because of this additional requirement, as well as the other amendments that have been asked earlier today?
I think we'd say I think this would affect the viability of projects because we've designed the program so far so that the right of first refusal to return at the existing rents or the lower rents would be accommodated in the same below market floor area anyway. So in other words, accommodating the returning tenants would be sort of cost neutral, if you will, to the project because those below market requirements would already be in place. This would now mean that there would be the requirement to accommodate the returning tenants over and above that below market requirement. So it would impact the viability of the project.
So thereby being a disincentive, that there's a lot, we're going through a lot of amendment states, I want to be clear, thereby being a disincentive towards delivering some of the new supply where we could end up with more affordable units, but it would effectively slow change because the economics don't work to deliver more housing, including more affordable units.
Yeah, we think that certainly this could make some projects that would otherwise be viable challenging to move forward.
If you layer, for greater certainty then, if you take this in context with the earlier amendments that were passed with respects to rent rolls and the other requirements, does that have a cumulative depressing effect on actually delivering some of the targeted housing in the plan?
Just trying to think about how they would all relate together, and
Me too.
Necessarily
That's why I'm asking you.
do that yet. And so that's something I think we'll have to take away and look at the cumulative impact. I mean, in terms of the the piece around the rent roll, I think that motion was, I think, more directed to protections in the existing stock than in the circumstance of redevelopment. So this motion, whereas this motion is in the instance of redevelopment, and so this would impact that redevelopment piece.
Okay. But either way, we're putting pieces in place that change the calibration that staff were striving for between protecting critically and importantly existing tenants and existing affordable stock and thoughtful policy to incent new supply. Is that?
Well, I mean, I guess I would put it,
You
put it this
brought
way.
it,
We
staff
didn't,
brought a
we didn't
calibration
test,
forward
we
for a
didn't
reason,
test
right?
this model in our analysis that resulted in the recommendations we made in the plan.
Would you have been more comfortable if this amendment was a report back as opposed to the wholesale, it shall be so immediately?
I think that would probably give us time to look at the implications of it.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like that we can move to a vote. There are no more speakers to this issue. So on Councillor Swanson's amendment. Councillor DeGenova? Okay, and that vote does pass with Councillors DeGenova, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, back, oops. No mayor here. I'm sorry, Councillor Swanson, go ahead. You've sent another amendment through?
Yeah.
Okay. We just wait for staff to put that up.
So there's a lot of people with a lot of letters after their names that are saying it would be good if we could lower the value of land because that takes up such a high percentage of the cost of housing. And that one way to do this would be by zoning for rental only. So I know staff doesn't usually do this unless they add incentives to the rental for the person that's building the rental housing. But this is a request for staff to investigate the pros and cons, including the possible lowering of property values that could help make housing more affordable, of rental-only zoning without additional incentives. So it's just a staff report, basically.
Councillor Swanson, sorry. I'll have to wait, I guess, to put I'm unclear as to the meaning of this. I don't know if anyone else is, but maybe they'll speak to it. Anyway, it's on the floor, and I'll just move us to an amendment queue. Oh, Councillor Kirby Young, you're on that amendment queue. Did you intend to be there?
No, but I will ask it. Can I ask a question of staff? Is this one in, I'm flipping through these pages, is this one in the staff summary? And if so, can someone guide me to where it is and what the staff comments were on this, please?
This is not in your spreadsheet, and I believe that may have been a miscommunication on my part with Councillor Swanson. I apologize for that.
Okay.
But given it's a report back only, we're happy to explore this.
Okay, so follow-up question on that then, just to recap where we are. Sorry, we've been at this for weeks and days now, and it's getting later in the day, so I'm just trying to get my head back around it. The mix of housing was a third strata.
Right.
Putting the entire bulk in this plan and the majority on rental to specifically target much needed purpose-built rental and social housing much more aggressively in terms of a percentage than any other area plans we've done in the city, correct?
Yes.
And the livability feedback that we are hearing, all the challenges, is in part predicated on the fact that the strata is so low, which generates less CACs, which means we have less money to support things like parks and urban forest canopy and widen sidewalks and accessibility and active transportation lanes and all of that, right? So if we were to go, is it a logical conclusion then, walking through this, I'm sorry if I'm thinking out loud, but it helps me, is a logical conclusion then if we went to rental-only zoning and stripped out strata in this plan, this was 100% rental plan, we would lose all of the CACs and the ability for any amenities in the corridor because we're not generating the money to support growth.
We would lose all this CAC.
So no parks, no new trees, sidewalks, active transportation lane, public pop-up plazas, social cultural spaces, nonprofit, performing arts space, nonprofit offices, any of that, probably gone.
If we were to not include any strata, yes, all the CAC money would be gone. Right.
So that's pretty significant directional change for this plan, right?
Yes, yes. Well, Matt just reminds, we would have DCLs,
Right.
UDCLs, property taxes, but there would be no CAC money. Yeah.
Right, which is a key part of the new growth
Yes.
amenity funding mechanism. Okay, that's very helpful. I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Swanson, I don't
Point
know
of
why. Are you on
procedure?
there?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in terms of understanding it, probably I could have written it more clearly, but if you just read it, that staff investigates the pros and cons of rental-only zoning without additional incentives. That kind of gives you the idea. So the idea wouldn't be to put it everywhere, but to put it here and there. If we could have rental-only zoning without incentives, we could have some place with strata where we're getting CACs and anyway, it's just to report back to investigate the pros and cons, because I don't think we've been getting a lot of cons, but I don't think we've been getting very many pros lately. So I just was hoping we could get some information on that.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Bligh?
Thanks, Chair. Question, point of information through you to staff would be, first, is this a tremendous amount of work? Bless you.
I apologize, ma'am.
Oh, I just was wanting to better understand, since it says investigate pros and cons, it's pretty open-ended. Is this a tremendous amount of staff time and work?
It's
I'm just
as
trying to balance it
as a concept. I think as a concept, it wouldn't be hard to investigate. If we're actually looking at specific impacts of areas of the plan, yes, that would take some economic testing, yeah, financial testing.
Have we done that work before?
Have we done rental?
It seems to me like this is not a new idea.
No, that's right. It's not a new idea.
No.
We've got some base information.
It's similar, Councillor, to some of the analysis we did, if you remember, when we applied the rental housing stock official development plan to the C2 zoning district. So it's similar to that. Like, I think we know how we would approach the work. We would identify the zoning districts that we thought it might apply to. We would do financial testing of those sites based on what the impact would be of reducing the base zoning so that it would be rental only. I mean, I think one of the challenges in doing the work would be there's two concepts here. One is rental zoning, the other is without additional incentives. And I think so one of the things is if you were to put on, in most cases when we've used those sort of tools to sort of moderate existing land values, we also look at making sure there's incentives to make the rental development that you're trying to limit it to viable. And so if you didn't do that, the outcome would be to freeze development. So that's what we would be looking at, would be to very carefully try to balance that through that kind of financial analysis and testing.
Right, okay. And just further to that, the secured rental policy that was enacted, I think around the end of last year, beginning of this year, officially, with the bylaw changes, what have you, but when would analysis from that policy come back to council in the sense that, you know, we're about 8 months in or 7 months in, and the impact of the SRP on land values?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. We are seeing now applications and inquiries come in under that policy, a fairly significant number. So we will be able to report back. We were looking at probably next year to start thinking about reporting back on what the impacts of that is, but that could be part of it. And certainly we did develop new rental-only zones as part of that. Again, those zones were developed to add or incentivize new rental opportunities. We didn't, for example, downzone the existing RS underlying zoning in that. So it's parsing out whether it's a rental zone with the incentive to actually enable the rental, or if we're talking about attempting to limit existing land value.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I'm not going to support this at this time. I think that there's a lot of work that's been done embedded in this amendment, and staff are constantly assessing and evaluating how decisions around land use impact land value. That's essentially what we do every day. And so I think adding another, I think we're at letter Z. Yeah, we've completed the alphabet here. So, I just think that there's a lot of work to be done around the Broadway plan after this is complete, one way or another. And this work is already being done. And I'm quite confident in the work that we've done as a council in the last 4 years that with the ODP and the SRP, that there's lots of data that we're going to be able to analyze. And of course, we're always looking for decisions that we can be making to incentivize the right type of housing without inflating land values to unmanageable, which we have seen, I know, over the last 20 years. And so I think this is top of mind for everybody already, so I'm not going to support this at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor DeGenova to the amendment.
Thanks. I'd just like to ask under 8.7F if you would rule on this. I know the words that we have in our procedure bylaw are incorrect or frivolous, and I understand from our staff that they have done extensive work on this. I know over many terms, actually, because the direction here is to investigate the pros and cons. Pros and cons. Our staff have told us they've already done this work. So I'd really like you to rule on that, and I think that I've explained the clause and the reason why. Thank you.
I will need a very short recess to consult more with staff on that. So take 5. Council, I did confer with staff, and this is not out of order on 8.7F. The reason being that they have done some of this work, but not all of this work. So they looked within a certain context, but they did not look, for example, at the pros and cons and the possible lowering of property values. That piece they have not investigated at all. However, they also did let me know that that it's in the context of this plan is one thing, but in the that there is a good rationale or wisdom in thinking about doing it in the citywide context. But anyway, it's back. I will leave that in Councillor Swanson's hands. Councillor, did you know if I've answered your point of order there? Do you have anything else to add? Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a point of procedure first. I thought if a part of this was redundant, the whole thing was. That's what you've said before in the past, Chair. So you just said that staff are already doing some of this work, not all of this work. So I would expect the whole thing, as you've said before when you've ruled on my amendments, you've ruled them out of order. I see other councillors shaking their heads, that this would be out of order. As you just said, part of it was. I mean, it could be put forward later as the parts that weren't already explored, but I just.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson, you don't have the floor at this point, but I think we do have a solution here.
Okay,
Councillor
if that's the solution, I'm happy to let Councillor Swanson go ahead of me. I don't need to call another point of order. I'm just trying to make sure the Broadway plan is as succinct as possible.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Swanson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would like to withdraw this motion.
Okay, we need a unanimous vote to enable the withdrawal of a motion. So I'm just going to test. All those in favor of the withdrawal of this amendment, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. It's withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Do you have anything else you would like to, you are on the queue.
Yeah, I'd like to, could staff put up number 4, my last one. This is motion, an amendment that was suggested to me by folks in the nonprofit sector.
And we are just waiting, Councillor Swanson, for that to get onto the...
Yeah, it's just to investigate the feasibility of including provisions in the plan to set aside sites for community housing developers. I know staff didn't like this one. They said we already had land and that would mean that we couldn't, we'd have to put it in the Broadway Plan area instead of in other places. But I think the issue is that community housing folks need land. And if we can do that in the Broadway Plan, that's good. If we can do it in other areas, that's good. The more social and co-op housing we can get, the better. So, yeah, I'm putting this forward.
Okay, and to this amendment, Councillor Dominato.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Through you, a point of information to staff. Can you comment on this amendment and the feedback you offered on this and maybe rationale for why you thought it had some challenges? And part of that question as well is, can you outline if we have city-owned land within the plan that would be potentially available for housing as per some of the agreements that we already have in place through Baja, for example, where we deliver housing in partnership through leveraging our land?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We do have land, and part of the idea in the public benefit strategy of how the social housing will be delivered will be by deploying existing land assets. We also know that you know, the motion references, I think, the capital plan. We also know we do have a notional allocation pending, of course, council approval for land acquisition in the capital plan. That's an allocation that's been made in, you know, thoughtfulness and of the balance of all the needs, the capital needs in the city. And so I think what, you know, from staff's perspective, through that capital planning process, through the subsequent capital budgets and decisions made about land acquisition through the VAHEV portfolio, that would be the place where we think would be the most appropriate place for council to direct those land acquisition decisions.
Okay. So it sounds like, in essence, we're actually already doing this work and it's already contemplated or would be, but there's a certain process for that and vehicle for that.
Yeah, that's correct. There's a process through which to do that, that council could decide and direct staff to acquire sites in using those funds in the Broadway corridor, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much, Chair. So just to clarify, point of information to Dan Garrison, could you just explain in more detail how that would work? If this amendment was to pass now, it's referencing the draft capital plan, which is coming back in next week, actually. So if this was to pass or fail here, how does that impact what we see in the draft capital plan next week? Meaning, if it was to fail, can it come back as a motion for the draft capital plan? Because we need so I guess it's a point of procedure, so not to put that on you, sorry. But more so around how you read this amendment and how it could influence the draft capital plan.
I certainly think I would read the amendment in terms of the impact on the draft capital plan as providing some direction to staff around how to allocate resources. I'm not sure at this point in the capital planning process that we'd be able to add that in, and I see our city manager standing up, may be able to provide some more input.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. That's correct. At this stage, this would be a significant work we would have to take away. We wouldn't be able to come back to council, I don't believe, with kind of reasonable analysis by next week on this issue, if there was some substantive change contemplated to the draft capital plan.
Oh, okay. I am curious if this, in light of the process of where we're at with the draft capital plan, and that there could be amendments moved to that plan next week, but overlapping the Broadway plan with the draft capital plan and tying them together, I would question the order of this amendment. I don't have the, I'm going to leave it right now, and I guess I'll have to come back with this section as to whether or not this is ruled, if this is an order. Just seeing it for the first time, I just want to make sure. I guess I have a quick follow-up question to Teresa O'Donnell in relationship to the Vancouver plan, and if this work is being contemplated in the Vancouver plan at all, related to setting aside sites for community housing developers and operators as a first step of increasing non-market homes.
We haven't looked at site-specific locations in the Vancouver plan. We do have policies in the Vancouver plan that talk about working with community housing developers. So this is something that we could expand on there, but we wouldn't get to the fine-grained detail of, this lot in this neighborhood at that level.
Okay, I'll leave that there. I see there's a couple of other councillors on the queue. I'll come back on with follow-up as required. Thanks, Chair.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Submitting an amendment to the amendment. I definitely appreciate the intent here, and I'm going to suggest striking this last bit about the amendments to the draft capital plan, as that ship has kind of sailed, because we're already there. But I do think that we've had a missed opportunity here, and I was really hoping that this Broadway plan would deliver more creative approaches like land value capture, like tax increment financing, that could maybe help kind of achieve some of those goals for non-market delivery. So I certainly would, and I don't see this as especially binding, it's just an opportunity to report back. So I hope that's self-explanatory. So rather than including appropriate amendments to the draft capital plan as required, including but not limited to new financing tools like land value capture and tax increment financing that could facilitate construction and location of non-market homes in the Broadway plan. And Of course, tax increment financing, for anybody who hasn't heard me mention this on a number of occasions, is an opportunity to actually sort of speculate on the future tax revenues from a property. And given that we know that the subway will deliver increased land values and potentially new tax revenues, can we capitalize on those early by taking a bond against it? Those kind of tools. It's a common tool in lots of transit-oriented development in the United States, and I think in Calgary as well. So.
Okay, Councillor Fry, that's great. Councillor Dominato to the amendment to the amendment. Oh, sorry. Councillor Dominato, I'm going to put you on that queue because I'm sorry, we should have been in a queue too. Go ahead.
Well, I was just reflecting on the staff's comments about whether the original amendment was actually in order, because it sounded like that there is existing city-owned land that would be levered. So I was going to actually request a ruling under 8.7C, D, and F that it's already contemplated having space and land for non-market housing. So it's actually not pertinent to the amendment. It's actually to the main.
Sorry. Okay.
Maybe I can't do that now. I can do it if we get back.
Yeah, if you could go back in the queue now. I'm sorry.
I will ask my question, the point of information, which I had earlier and I didn't ask, which was, no, you know what? Forget it. It's fine. Thanks.
Right now, we're in a queue that's dealing with this amendment to the amendments. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm just happy to speak in support in light of the conflicting stages of where we are in both the Broadway planning process and also the draft capital plan. I wasn't able to support the previous, but this definitely improves that with more clarity. So I'm happy to support the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, and I see no one else on the queue for this amendment to the amendment, so I'll take us to a vote. So it's going to be what's highlighted in red. And there. Okay, and that, oh, Councillor Kirby Young, you haven't yet voted? It's Councillor Kirby Young. It's what's highlighted in red there and the strikeout in red.
Okay, sorry, Chair. I'm losing my ability to resynthesize every policy that we have.
Just, it's not a debate, it's just, could you vote? Okay, and that vote does pass with 1 in opposition, Councillor DeGenova. And so we are back now to the amendment Q1, to the amended motion. Councillor Dominato, you're on that queue.
Nothing further, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bligh?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, we are now then, clerk, ready to vote on the amended amendment. Okay, that vote does pass with Councillor DeGenova in opposition. We are back now to the main queue. Councillor Swanson?
I'm good, thanks.
You're good. Great. Councillor Kirby Young. This is to now the amended motion.
The motion, the amendment?
We are now in the main queue, which is a motion which has been amended a lot.
I guess in terms of comments, I'm at the point where I feel like, are we discussing a Broadway plan or are we litigating every policy that we have? So at this point, I think I'm going to pause comments.
Point of procedure. point of procedure is fine. Go ahead.
Chair, I just wanted to flag that we do have, if we're at the point of closing comments on the Broadway plan, I just want to recognize that our colleague who, Councillor Christine Boyle, who is at their daughter's graduation, asked to be present for this portion, and considering this has gone over 5 or 6 days, it's impossible to plan, and the importance and significance of that personal LOA, I would like to move that we recess and return after dinner for closing comments on the Broadway plan.
Sure. This is a point of procedure. Just a second. So that point of procedure wasn't really a point of procedure.
Or if this would be the right time to do that, that's
to raise, a point. Right. This could be the point at which you could table a.
You have to have the.
I'm happy to just flag that because there are many people, I guess, or a few that are still on the queue for amendments that chose not to move them when their term was up earlier. So I'm happy to go off the queue to create space for that.
All right, I think that would be wise. I'd appreciate that, and we can go through and people can do closing comments, or they can do further amendments. But you know, just speaking in terms of the process and the timing of the process, I am aware that there have been a number of LOAs. Some of you have skipped those important meetings to be here for the proceedings. As Councillor Bligh pointed out, Councillor Boyle has an LOA for personal family reason, the graduation of a daughter. So it would be up to council to decide if they want to proceed with completing debate and decision. We could, Councillor Boyle will be back after dinner at 6 o'clock. In any case, I will chair the meeting as if we are proceeding now, unless there is a motion to refer any or to end now, and then not end now, but to pause, and during which I will say it will be important to make sure all of you have a detailed final copy of the amended process. But we have a list still of people in the main queue, and we can proceed with that queue. But anyway, just once, this is still a point of procedure.
We're still on.
That just in terms of your thinking about procedure, those are things for you to consider, including getting a list of everything that finally gets to be will be on the roster to vote, and time to review it. Okay, another point of procedure. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. My point of procedure, Chair, is we have to vote on each of these again when we have a finalized version of all of the amendments at the end. Is that correct?
Well, that's what I'm talking about, yes.
But I'm asking, if a councillor wasn't here to vote on something, it passed, they could vote on it later on. Is that correct? When we vote on the main plan.
The question was raised around, I believe, the final vote, not any specific vote. We don't have anything on right now.
That's what I was asking.
Councillor DiGenova, there's nothing on the floor right now to vote on, except if anybody calls the vote, you have the right to do that. We have an accumulation of amendments to a set of recommendations, all of which we have to vote on. We are not in that process. We are just debating right now.
Yes.
All of those and commenting
I
on
think
all
you've
of
clarified
those.
that.
Yeah.
Also just wanted to check, we're not on the main queue and we haven't.
Yes, we are.
Oh, we are on the main queue.
Yes, we are.
And we still have amendments from Councillors Hardwick and Weeb to deal with, correct?
We can go through this main queue. You can, at this point, Councillor Kirby Young is on the main queue. Anyone on this main queue can speak to the cumulative changes made to this document, its original recommendations, and any amendments, or you can table another amendment. That's what the main queue is about. So
and I just, on a point of privilege, wanted to note for Councillor Kirby Young that her time was running the whole time Councillor Bligh was speaking, so she's actually at 0.
Yeah, I'll have the clerks
Thanks.
refresh that. It was around, I think it was around 3.5 minutes or something like that. I'll let the clerks reset it though. Councillor Kirby Young, you have the floor.
So procedurally, we're allowed points of procedure because I'm looking at my procedure at any point without having the floor, because Mayor Stewart often says that we are not allowed to have points of procedure unless we have the floor, but we can now. I would just like clarification so that I can figure out how this is going to flow through the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, point of parliamentary procedure is interruptible.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I also think that there's another section here that says not to speak while another council member is speaking. So thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify, which I believe is happening again now. Thank you, Chair. I would like to suggest as my comments at this point is that we go through the queue to identify any other amendments and keep going, because this has been a very long process and we still have a lot ahead of us. So I'd like to keep going and get through amendments if we can. Thanks.
You are perfectly right that this has been a very long process. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Hardwick, you have the floor.
Yes, it has been a very long process, and that's why I put in the amendment that I have to the clerk. Should be all in red, but it's in black. But I mean, the fact that we started this exercise with 42 amendments to me, sorry? I am in the amendment queue.
Yeah.
But, you know, again, starting 42 amendments before we even got started here. I would say what we used to say, this is not ready for prime time. And the process by which this has been undertaken, to me, has been contrary to the legacy the city has of community-based planning. And so for that reason, I'm suggesting that this council receive this plan for information, refer it back to staff for a proper neighborhood-based planning exercise with the affected communities, and then bring it back after the 2022 municipal election so that the new council can get started with this with a fresh set of eyes and a fresh attitude. The form of development that is should be undertaken, I think, is characterized in this amendment as human-scaled forms of development. That's certainly not what we're seeing here, because the business model, if we just imagine that we've got a map of 500 blocks and superimpose a series of spreadsheets over it to look at mass pro formas, is designed, you know, in large part to look at revenue extraction, revenue streams as we hear it so often describe it. So I just question the direction that we're taking with this. We are undermining our existing and important individual neighborhoods in the broader context of the city. And for a whole host of reasons that I will inevitably talk about in my final remarks, this process is not ready. And there have been, of course, a lot of amendments that have come in thus far. That some have passed, others have not, but I think all of them need to be taken into consideration by staff as part of a future process. I would have liked to have got right on the docket and suggested this up front, but I think the fact that this has gone on for as long as it has is, again, testament to the flawed process and the need to send this back and refer it to the next council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. To the amendment, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Can I ask a point of information through you to the mover of the amendment?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, this question is for you, and I'm just wondering if you would be willing to, first of all, is your intent the Broadway plan with the amendments that we've put in, I guess, to date? Or are you talking about the Broadway plan referring that back without the amendments? Okay, and we have other amendments coming forward, so I'm just wondering, Like, for instance, I see Councillor Weeb's amendments haven't been dealt with. I'm just wondering, would you be willing to withdraw this and bring it back after others' amendments or not?
Oh, sorry, just let me put your mic on, Councillor. Go ahead.
Sure. I just think it's abundantly clear that the sheer volume of amendments to this plan just suggests that it is not ready. And here we are, we're trying to ram it through before the end of our term, and that's inappropriate. So if that's why, I was happy to wait until the end. I see Councillor Weeb and Councillor Dominato are now on the queue as well. I'm not trying to cut off anybody's amendments, but I am suggesting that it's not ready and needs to go back to staff until the next council, bottom line. So if what you're asking, Councillor DiGenova, will I step back and reintroduce this amendment after Councillor Weeb or any other further amendments are put forward? Happy to.
Okay.
But it doesn't change the fact that I think that we need to do this.
So I can speak to the amendment now. I just wanted to have that information. I don't feel that I'm, it's a bit ironic. It's kind of like it was said before, tell me, I'm not even going to go into it. I'm just going to say that at this point, I haven't even seen a document with all of the amendments that have passed and the amendments, new amendments that have come forward that have passed that weren't a part of the thoughtful staff feedback and comments in the document. And it may very well be that I could support this, but I believe in fairness, and I believe in fairness for all council members. I can't say that I think that all council members believe in fairness for all council members, but I am someone who believes that we should give the same opportunities to each of us, regardless of whether or not we agree with what is being put on the floor. So I see that there are other councillors with amendments, and I would prefer that we vote on this later. If that's an option, I might be able to support this. If that's not at this time, I couldn't vote yes, because I feel that that would be cutting someone off. So I'll wait to see if Councillor Hardwick withdraws this and puts it forward later. But if we move forward on it now, I'm not sure that I can support it. Thanks.
Well,
Thanks,
then
Councillor DiGenova. If you want to get on the queue.
Yeah, I'm happy to deal with this now. For myself, the second part, the further that, doesn't really reflect what we heard from the community, that they want different forms of development consistently across the spectrum. And so I think I'd like to have it severed because I can't support the second part. The first part's interesting because first part and third part, this has been a significant change to the original plan. We had 2 political campaigns before I'd even seen the plan. And I do think that it's not about consultation, it's about planning for the city and how you plan. And that's what my amendment is coming forward. I remember when we were at Park Board with me and Sarah, we were at an event where we're looking at van play and we were underwhelmed. And then we had a report from our Indigenous planner and it blew us away. And it made us feel connected and we felt like we were part of something greater and that we were gonna change the way we did planning. There was soul to the plan, there was a connection to the plan. I think we all felt it a little bit with the Heatherlands plan that was actually built from the community. I sat at the Indigenous, or the Native Center, Education Center on Main, when we did the Mount Pleasant plan, and I was told by an elder to come for a walk. And we walked down and he showed me the mouth of Brewery Creek, which was behind a fence. And I had no idea it's there, and I walked by about 1,000 times. I had never seen this little chicken wired fence with a couple trees, and I never knew what it was. And it was the heart there of one of the creeks, which is one of the reasons why I love to support the creeks, because when you build from the community up, you learn so much more about the community than you do here. I struggled with this plan. It's been one of the hardest plans I've ever looked at because I don't believe it's connected in community. It's not about consultation. It's about looking at what we've done and where we're going. I do want to refer because I actually believe that we've seen before when we put diversity and voices into our plans, they're better plans. We've seen what complete communities say, build from what we love. That's what the Vancouver plan's talking about. I don't see that here. What we love is in some of the documents. I have tons in front of me from all the different communities, and they're not old. The South Granville plan's from 2020, and it talks about creating a sculpture area, and it talks about what their public realm will look like. The Mount Pleasant plan is from 2013 and 2018. The first building we built in Mount Pleasant, we made sure that 2 of the art spaces, Grunt Gallery and Wester Front, were protected because we knew that was needed. This plan doesn't protect arts and culture spaces, doesn't have a baseline data for it. I'm surprised we've gone to this part, but it's not just about housing indoors, it's actually about adequate housing. Part of that's livability. I was surprised that basic park levels weren't included. I was surprised basic community centers weren't included. I'm surprised that we're not listening to the voices of these communities. There's a lot of amazing work that went in here. I think that there's a lot of stuff that we need to deal with. I think with the amount of amendments, I actually believe, this is not where I wanted to go, but I actually believe we need to pull all this together. I know Mayor's got an amendment coming forward to bring this back in September because we have 40 amendments taking us all this direction. We don't know what the plan is in front of us. And realistically, we haven't had an Indigenous planner. We've been pushing for one. 2 of the nations didn't have any input on this plan. The number 1 priority was reconciliation. How can we have a plan without an Indigenous planner involved, without 2 of the nations involved, with 0 connection to community, understanding the foundational level planning? This council can do better in planning. We've shown it before, where we planned plans that are built on community, protect affordable housing, protect the places we love, and can actually show a different way moving forward. We've shown leadership in the city. We have the staff that can do it. I really believe that we can move forward. I don't think that if the 30-year plan is pushed a few months to do it right is a bad thing. So I'm actually going to support 1 and 3. The second one, I don't believe, because I do believe we need a mixture of housing choices. I voted for the larger projects because I believe you need a different type of housing form for different people. I believe we need to look at that streetcar. We need to look at different options because we need to be more creative and bold. And I don't believe we're there yet, and I don't believe it's completed. So I will be supporting 1 and 3, and we'll see where we go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the dialogue taking place and both from being initiated by Councillor Hardwick and the passion that Councillor Wiebe brings to the dialogue around community. And I'm probably going to take it from a slightly different place in that we embarked on this work almost 3.5 years ago now, and Council played a role in that in giving direction to undertake this work and engagement. And as a governing body, we delegate that work to our staff. We don't undertake it directly. We have professional public servants who are here undertaking that work. And while there are potentially some things that could be done differently, and I think some of those come up in the questions that we ask and through the briefings that we do get on our Mondays, I think it's really important to consider the big picture here, and that when we develop, whether it be a strategic plan or in this case a planning document, land use planning, that these things are not necessarily etched in stone and can be changed. And I have seen this through my own public policy work, is that you need to set a framework, and that's what I see this plan doing. And I think we also need to acknowledge that there has been a significant level of engagement through this work, and staff have spoken to that and briefed us on that. There's been public engagement. I think there is different perspectives on the way forward in this city, and it goes back 100+ years in terms of what the city should look like, in terms of development, in terms of land use, in terms of livability, in terms of housing, and I think while people have criticized this council for the number of days this has taken, in fact, we had a significant amount of public engagement. We had over 200 people from residents who brought different perspectives, and it was probably, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was probably split 50-50, which is often with significant policy discussions they are. I think that there is, we need to consider that when we, as a city, and I know that predates this particular council, embarked on an MOU with the province and TransLink to have public transit delivered, that included planning for Broadway and planning for housing and jobs and employment and cultural spaces, and we made a commitment to that. Yes, COVID has interrupted that and disrupted it, but we have taken the time, our staff have undertaken that work. I think that we need to follow through with that work. Now, can it be changed? I don't think that punting it to the future to a next council is going to get us to where we want to be, in that I think actually we risk basically status quo stagnation, and who knows, the next council was going to take another 1, 2, 3, 4 years to get a Broadway plan or some kind of framework in place. Still leaves it open to speculation, or maybe the fallback, and I'm not sure staff would have to answer this question, is that do we end up with the existing interim rezoning policy framework that we have now, which essentially allows, I think, only social housing, non-market. I'm not sure if this, I think we have a responsibility to advance this work. I'm not concerned or upset by the amendments. I think there have been amendments that add value to the plan. I think that's part of our governing role, is to ask good questions. But if we think there's gaps, which we heard gaps from the public, we heard residents come and say, you haven't adequately addressed parks, you haven't adequately addressed public spaces, you haven't adequately addressed the type of housing or renters protections, or the actual topology. I feel councillors have been trying to be responsive to that public feedback. I have no doubt whether this passes or fails, I guess, refer or not, there's going to be people who are upset by it one way or the other. But I really think there has been a concerted effort to acknowledge that staff have undertaken a significant amount of work to get us to where we are. The public and councillors identified gaps. We've tried to address that through amendments, and I'm not going to be apologetic for that. And I don't think any councillor on this, including the mayor, should be apologetic for making amendments and giving new direction. That's our job. But also it's our job to listen to the public, and I think we have done that through this process. So I'm not going to support a referral at this time, and I have 9 seconds, because I think we should finish the work and advance it, but it can be changed in future. There can be changes, and I know staff acknowledged that through the process, so I'll stop there.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. We are again discussing what's on the table, which is the motion, the amendment by Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick?
Thanks, I'm losing seconds there. So I guess it's what we compare this process to. I had a long conversation on camera that anyone's free to watch recently with our former Director of Planning, Larry Beasley, where we talked very specifically about the Broadway Plan and the way that it has been undertaken. And his comments, which again are a matter of public record, was that this has not benefited from a proper public process, and that it just hasn't. I guess it's what you compare it to. Having gone back decades and been part of community planning in this city throughout my lifetime, I find that an extraordinary statement, because if this isn't a flawed process, I don't know what is. So in the big picture, as you say, this is by definition, starting with 42 amendments before we even got started, a flawed process. And this is also something that we stand to be able to do something about. And I certainly hope the next council wouldn't be dragging it out a 4-year term to get to this. They would be starting fresh, though. We did have a couple hundred speakers sign up for this. I did a spreadsheet and a detailed analysis, incidentally, about the composition of those speakers, which is very telling, which I'll also be happy to share if anyone's interested. The end of the day, this is not ready. It needs to go back. And again, I will just continue saying that. We can make excuses, but I think it's safe to say that it is not ready. Thank you.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I won't be supporting the referral. I do want to acknowledge my colleague, Councillor Weeb, though, and I really appreciate the passion he brought to his encludiation of the importance of real community-based planning, which we definitely need some more work on. And I'll speak more to why I think that not passing the plan is not really an option for us at this juncture. but I won't be supporting the referral. Further, I think the sustainable human-scaled forms of development sounds great, but practically speaking, I don't know how we could possibly deliver that in a private market without massive expropriation of blocks of land to actually sustain that kind of development and meet our housing needs. So obviously, that is the grand bargain that we are faced with, is how we achieve housing for folks in our city with a growing population. And more often than not, that's going to involve density that is not, air quotes, human scaled, but different forms. And I think the plan does do a good job of articulating those options in a thoughtful way. But I'll leave it to that because I know there's others on the queue, but I won't support the referral at this point.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bligh?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I'm not going to support the referral, and really just echoing Councillor Dominato's comments from beginning to end. So I'm not going to put us through 5 minutes of repeating them. Just to say ditto to Councillor Dominato with laying out all of the very commonsensical statements that back up the process, as well as answering the question of why this is happening in the first place. All of that to say, I appreciate Councillor Weeb's passion and his involvement in community plans that were mentioned in his comments, Mount Pleasant being one of those, I know for sure, and the time that he spent. And so, you know, I guess where that leads me to is sort of what's behind this referral. And, you know, the reality is the mover of this referral votes against 90% of development in public hearing. So I'm just stating the facts of the matter that if it was Councillor Weeb even...
Hold, Councillor Bligh. Do you have a point? Sorry, what is this, a point of order? All right, under what section?
Stating a fact.
There was, yeah.
I can withdraw. I'm happy to continue.
Thank you.
So what I would like to say, though, is that the arguments that we hear oftentimes when it comes to these types of decisions is not enough consultation. So then the argument to be now it's being rammed through, I don't know how much more time we could sort of create in these terms. We have spent 3.5 years through a pandemic from original, so 2008, June 2018 of a previous council agreed to a subway, committed to an MOU, started the process. We, at the beginning of our term, gave staff direction to do that. And for 3.5 years, to satisfy the consultation required for this level of a plan, they're coming back now 6 months. Like, let's face it, this started in May. 6 months before our term is over of a 3.5-month term. So let's just logically map out the fact that if anybody really thinks about whether or not this is being rammed through, that's a flawed argument. September, sure. But this started in May, and really the briefings for us started in March. So I just vehemently oppose the suggestion, which we heard in the end of the last term of the previous council on the issue of duplex, this notion that things are now being rammed through. And I'm only making a solid point on this now, or trying to, because we've got the Vancouver plan coming in July, and we're going to hear maybe the exact same argument. So people have to recognize that there is a lot behind this referral that has nothing to do with the Broadway plan. There's a lot behind this referral that has absolutely nothing to do with the process or the work that this council or our staff have put into it. And so I just think it needs to be named so that we can actually be speaking to the reality of what's going on here.
I'm
So
sorry.
I'll leave it there. That's my time. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. My thought is it's not actually a referral that's being debated here. It's the whole concept of the plan. So I would just say, don't refer it. Vote against it. I think that is the way forward here. I think a referral is not genuinely what's being debated here. I think if there's fundamental problems with this plan, referring back is not doing public service. It should be voted against. I will not be voting for a referral, that's for sure. But I do agree with Councillor Bligh that if you're against the Broadway subway and against this, the extension to UBC and against 90% of the stuff that comes to council, of course, you're going to be against this plan. So, but don't, but really state your intentions. Don't pretend to do that with a referral. Just vote against the plan.
Thanks, May. Sorry, it's not a debate. Councillor DiGenova, to you.
Thanks. I'd like to ask, first of all, that as Councillor Wiebe had before for severing, so I'll start with that, if we could sever all 3 sections. And I will say, although I welcome Councillor Wiebe adding his amendments if he wants to this through an amendment to make sure they're included in this. I, as I had said before, was torn about this. As a former Park Board Commissioner, when I was elected to the Park Board, I learned that we don't plan our city for today, we don't plan it for tomorrow, we plan for more than 100 years out. And that's not just for the children in our city today, we plan for their children's children. And it's important to me that we get this right instead of doing this fast. And although I think there are some areas where we need to move faster and expedite permits, development, make sure that we're not losing the plot on affordability, at the same time, Council, I look at our downtown east side plan right now. And it is so difficult to build anything within that plan. And we've had our staff come to us with amendments on that plan because sorry, just making sure everything's okay. We've had our staff come to us with amendments on that plan for the very fact and reason that they've said, you know, there are issues and we can't move things forward. And I'm afraid that this is going to be a worst case scenario. It's going to be worse than that plan. I feel that Councillor Wiebe said it very eloquently, and I won't go over the points that I had put together because I really wasn't sure what I wanted to see this all together and all of the amendments that have thoughtfully been put forward. And as another councillor said, it is important, you know, the council does amend this, that we do feel good about it. And I'd agree with the mayor, actually, in fact, that we should vote against this if we didn't want to make it better. But I think
Councillor DiGenova, I'm sorry, you're out of time.
Oh, actually,
yeah, I'm sorry, the timer was there.
So I will be supporting A and C.
Yes.
And
yes. Great.
I'll leave it there for now.
And I do need, at this point, Council, I need a motion. I mean, we will stop debate or stop the process at 5 o'clock for our dinner break unless there is a motion to extend beyond 5. Okay, to extend beyond 5 to do, you mean the amendment? Okay. All right, there's a motion to extend past 5 to just finish this amendment. I'm going to just test this by verbally. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And we are on to Councillor Swanson.
Could we have, before that we resume, a printout of the actual motion if this amendment doesn't pass?
We have, yeah, that has been, I believe Steph have already promised that we will get a printout and emailed, I suppose, if people want an email, but the printout, it's a little hard to read that email given the...
Thank you.
Anyway, but staff, can you just confirm that you will be printing out as well as emailing the all the amendments, final motion? Yes, that will be happening. Councillor Swanson, that's it? Councillor DiGenova?
Nope.
Nope,
I don't
you're
have
not on
time.
the queue. Councillor Hardwick, you do have a minute.
Yes, I just wanted to go to the procedures bylaw and talk about code of council conduct of council members under 6.1 C, where it says where it questions the motives of a council member, and B, by words, tone, manner of speaking or gesticulation, express any opinion or make any allegation that directly or indirectly reflects negatively on the character or any other person or group of persons. I feel that I have been maligned by 2 council members that have acted in contravention of these rules of conduct.
Thank you. I agree that there has been, under 6.1C, statements made that, that state the intention of what you have been doing. That's, in other words, questioning the motives. And I will caution councillors, I know Councillor Bligh was one of them. The second one was?
Mayor.
Mayor? Okay, Mayor, Councillor Bligh, just please, when you are making comments, do not question the motives of the person. Okay, so, fine, Mayor, go ahead. 6.1, sorry. Go ahead.
You know, it's perfectly fine to state a councillor's voting record. It doesn't malign somebody to say what their voting record is, and so I actually, under 6.1, I feel like I'm being maligned because I'm just pointing out a councillor's voting record and said that that's improper conduct, which it isn't. So I would like an apology for Councillor Hardwick for the improper use of 6.1. Thank you.
It is attributing.
That's a debate now, is it?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, I'm just reflecting on exactly what you had said, but if you can just refresh us, I believe it was how she voted on several related issues.
That's right. I said that Councillor Hardwick had voted against the SkyTrain, that's currently being built, the SkyTrain to UBC, and many other development projects, which are all just votes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Hardwick, that's not maligning in terms of intent, it's just stating a fact.
With the inference that there was a relationship between the two that was relevant to this here and now.
Well, an inference is not a statement. People take things different ways. Councillor Hardwick.
Chair, if you're going to go that way, look, it's pretty clear that this is a gang up here.
Not a debate.
Oh, you know what? I think that is improper, impugning motives as well. There's been a statement made, sorry, Councillor, and I think all of us need to realize that this is a very long process. It is very emotional. We've all been under a lot of stress in terms of how much we've been covering, late nights, many, many amendments. And I just ask you all to just take a deep breath. We're all here doing the work we were elected to do. And we should treat each other respectfully. And if people can keep that in mind, I'd really greatly appreciate it as we can move through to the final stages of making decisions that are extremely important for the city. So please, everyone, recognize you're all here, you've been elected, you're doing your duty as councillors, and try to understand your perspectives may differ, and refrain from impugning motive. At this point, it would be very helpful. We can't because there are still speakers on the list, but that is a good suggestion. Councillor Kirby Young?
I have one point of privilege comment and then a comment on the referral. My first one is just thank you, Chair Carr, for providing some context on that. I know these are difficult discussions, but I really hope that we can speak frankly about what we think is or is not good or bad or problematic about the plan and not create additional stress in here, because we're sitting in lockdown in City Hall on the 3rd floor while the windows are broken downstairs. We have protesters. We have significant issues in the city. I think that we can be the adults in the room and just rise to the occasion of debating the merits of this plan. And I would really implore and actually just personally request my fellow councillors to try to focus on that. My comment with respects to the referrals, I actually think we have bigger issues than debating the referral. And I recognize that that's a big statement, but I believe that some of the amendments that were passed today, such as the 20%, in addition, or the right to return use addition to 20%, actually are kind of making some parts of the plan a moot point because they're going to derail the ability to develop some new rental projects. So I actually think we have that bigger piece to grapple with in terms of the amount of amendments we're layering on, which is working against I think the very thoughtful goals of the plan, again, as I said earlier, of balancing the really important needs of existing renters and tenant protection with much needed additional targeted, thoughtful supply over a period of time and a pace of change. So I just want to provide some context that this is not, I think, the only significant decision and challenge that we have ahead of us, in addition to the referral, but we have the bigger, broader thing around what are we actually trying to accomplish with the Broadway plan. So I just wanted to provide a couple of comments on that, and I will leave it there right now.
Thank you. And if I can ask you, Vice Chair, to take over the chair so I can make some comments?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. This is a hard decision in terms of recognizing I believe recognizing the intent behind this, which is to address some of the concerns that have been raised by a wide variety of people who have spoken to us. But I am not going to support the referral. The reasons why I'm not going to support it, on a very practical level, it does talk about that staff would still consider the many council amendments if this came at the end of the process. It might have been a bit different, but we still have councillors like Councillor Weeb wanting to put forward amendments, and I think the timing is inappropriate from my point of view without giving him the right, if this should pass, to have placed his amendments on the floor of council to have them debated. Secondly, referring it back doesn't give as it puts on hold a process that we do need to proceed with, which is the process of ensuring we have a plan in place that deals with a process that is going on right now, which is the building of a subway through the heart of a major area of the city. And I think that, one can say that it can be dealt with the next council. Could it be dealt with easily, quickly? I don't think so. There's been, we are at the end of a very, very long, tumultuous process with a lot of opinions and a lot of concerns on one side and the other side, and it's been a matter of debate, and so be it. That is often what being in politics and making political decisions in governance is about. But I feel very strongly.
Councillor Carr, I just want to check with the clerk because you just went over 5 minutes there, so you may be running out of time. You have.
I don't
so your clock just reset and started. You were at 3.5 minutes when you started speaking. Oh. I'm not sure why, so I'll just check with the clerk on the time, see if there was a glitch.
If you could just let me know what my actual timing is. Maybe we should start.
Was that an error on Councillor Carr's clock? Can we confirm?
Yes, and there's about 2 minutes left on her clock.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, go ahead.
Definitely stopped me on roll. So what I feel is that what I had been hoping is that the amendment that Councillor Fry and I worked on to stage the process of the plan implementation would have passed. I think that would have been a much smarter move from my perspective, not putting the whole thing on hold, but recognizing there was a place where we could direct the energy that made the most sense and that had the least amount of controversy around it. And it does put me in a bit of a quandary about what to do about the whole plan, but I'm not ready to refer it all at this point. Because I think there has been a phenomenal amount of good work. There has been consultation, albeit not to the level as we all would have wanted, because we have gone through 2 years of a pandemic, and it changes how you do every bit of consultation. Even though with that consultation, I believe there would be the controversy because this is big. This is change within the heart of our city. But I'm prepared to make a decision around that change and where we should head, recognizing that this is a major transit corridor, and with the amendments, I feel could really make a positive difference. I love so many of the amendments, not all of them, but so many of them. So at this point, I'm not ready to give up on all those amendments, although it says, they'll be considered as part of the process. I think stopping it would put an unnecessarily problematic and not really easily resolvable delay anyway in the process. better to move forward, in my mind, even though that's difficult. And so thank you for Councillor Hardwick for putting this forward. I knew that you would, but won't be able to support it. And I think I'm last on the list, which means that we are going to move to a vote. Yes, that's right. We did ask for severing, and so we are going to sever it. And you can see that only one section is highlighted right now on the screen. So the vote will be first for what you see highlighted in yellow.
Chair Carr, I'd like a vote assist against. Thanks.
Okay, do you have that marked? That was, I think, Councillor Boyle.
Yes, Councillor Boyle, thanks.
Okay, that vote has failed with councillors, so myself, Mayor Stewart, councillors Fry, Swanson, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, we are now moving to the second vote.
Chair Carr, it's Councillor Boyle again, and I'd like a vote assist against again. Thank you.
Thank you. That, there's no point of information in the middle of a vote. I'm sorry, there's. We are severing this. True, it could be, but it's severed this way. And that vote fails with Councillor Hardwick, in opposition, myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors DeGenova, Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young. Okay, and sorry, I'm not seeing the third one. You're right, it doesn't make much sense, but there it is.
Councillor Boyle, a vote assist opposed again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and that vote fails with myself, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay. So we finished this amendment. We are going to be going back to the main queue, which Councillor Hardwick is on. I'm stopping that timer. And we will come back at 10 minutes past 6 in order to complete this item.
Hi, Warina. Can you hear us on Talis line?
Yes, I can. Are you able to hear me?
Great, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
back to order. And so we are still in a queue for discussion and debate and possible other amendments. Councillor Hardwick, you have the floor. Councillor Fry?
Is this to closing? This is, yeah. Well, I just, wow, I can't believe we're at the,
This is a time when people can, councillors, just to be clear, councillors can speak to the plan as amended by already tabled amendments. It is also the time when you can table more amendments. So I'm not presuming that we are finished with amendments.
okay, well, I know that there's a couple amendments coming, so I will hold off then. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I've got an amendment in. And I was hoping to get this in before dinner when we have these beautiful packages. And this amendment just looks at the opportunity to take elements of the community planning work that has been done, recognizing the hard work of all the staff that worked in those community planning initiatives, as well as all the public, nonprofits, BIAs, community groups. And so this just looks at what opportunities we have to bring elements from those plans forward so we don't lose some of those great ideas, as well as look at the feasibility of establishing community implementation committees and what the potential scope of that would be. So this is asking for a report back on what it would take to recreate a opportunity to have communities have the implementation committee so they can work through some of the amazing work that is in this, in the implementation strategy, as well as what elements that we can take, recognizing that the Mount Pleasant plan is a 30-year plan, and so there's a lot of great work that is yet to be delivered that can be incorporated, and some might get changed because obviously plans are organic and they change over time. So the goal here is to have staff look at some of these concepts and bring back the feasibility of establishing community implementation committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. I'm so sorry I didn't move us to an amendment queue. Anybody wishing to speak to that amendment? Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information I'd like to ask staff.
Yes, go ahead.
My question is, if this goes ahead and we pass the Broadway Plan, which let's say a street that allows, the Broadway Plan would allow, say, an 8-story building, but the existing neighborhood plan only allows a 4-story building, and they're both in force. What does the landowner do? Which rules apply? Is it the older plan or the new one that's passed? How will you decide if this passed which is in force? And more importantly, how would we explain it to the thousands, tens of thousands of property owners which of the two rules they should follow?
Thank you for the question. Our interpretation of this amendment as drafted is that the Broadway plan would be approved, and that would be the single governing policy for the area. But we would be asked to report back on whether there are additional elements from some of these older plans that could be incorporated into the plan, and that would involve amendments to the plan at a later state. So we would not be concerned about ambiguity about the plan. The Broadway plan would be approved and would be in force, subject to a report back on whether any elements of the existing plans or previous plans could be incorporated into an amended Broadway plan at a later date.
Okay, so if there were, on these older plans, there may be small details, for example, that were worked out with the community that are.
Sorry, could you repeat the questions?
Sure. So in these older plans, there may be small details, for example, that were worked out with the community, but they're not something that the Broadway plan touches because it's a much larger kind of an umbrella plan for the region. Is that kind of what you mean? That might be?
Yeah, there may be instances of that. I mean, we have been through the Mount Pleasant plan in detail and have brought forward many of the elements of that into the Broadway plan, especially those that respond to the current council priorities and the reality of the subway line being committed. And I think our concern was that we wanted to very much avoid any ambiguity about having more than one plan overlapping for the area. So if it was simply a requirement to report back on those previous plans, That's one thing, but we have recommended repealing the plans to avoid that ambiguity. So I'm just looking again at the wording now, and the deletion of the word repeal is a concern in terms of.
That's what I was wondering. So they're both in effect at the same time. And if you're a property owner there, if we take the word repeal out, then what, I mean, maybe that's a legal question, is it the plan that's most recently approved? Is it an older one? What?
Yeah.
It's more of a legal question, I think.
Yeah, and maybe to clarify or to my previous remarks, I think without the term repeal, there would be ambiguity there. There'd be concern that those plans remained in effect, and therefore we would have overlapping policies potentially conflicting with one another, which is one of the main things we've been trying to avoid through the Broadway Plan process. It's an opportunity to reduce some of the complexity of our plans.
So if this passes and the plan passes, and you're in this situation, and I come to you and I'm a homeowner or a property owner, how will you decide which one trumps what?
We would have to look at all of the plans that cover that area and bring essentially a report, an issues report that can ask council to decide which would be the overriding policy in the particular case that we were bringing forward.
On a case-by-case basis, like during the rezoning?
Yeah.
So the property owner wouldn't actually know until we got to the rezoning which of the two policies would be applied?
That's correct. There would be ambiguity until we had clarified that with council.
Right. Okay. Sorry. So thank you for the clarification. I do think that, folks living within a 500 square block area do need clarification. I don't mind if there's parts of the plan that we could sift through more, but I do think we do need one clear message to the public and those that are building in that area, which of the guidelines they have to follow. So because the word repeal is removed in this amendment, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information through you to the mover of the amendment, and that is simply that given what staff are saying, could a compromise be to repeal those plans but request that staff look at those plans and incorporate elements into them going forward? Because I appreciate what staff are saying is you'd have two competing plans or multiple plans in this case. So I guess that's a question to Councillor Wiebe around whether that would make sense or be acceptable.
Yeah, I can speak to that. And my understanding was similar to the answer at first, was that obviously we have a new plan and we go after the new plan. However, there are elements of this work that can be incorporated into the future planning and the implementation planning work, recognizing that we're not going to utilize the 1977 plan in today's. And so the answer from staff and the original answer to the mayor's question is what I had understood is that when you request certain elements of how all these plans can be incorporated into the plan in the future, recognizing there's a lot of implementation work, implementation strategy work that needs to be done, that we could look at opportunities like livable laneways and making Broadway or Main Street 99 feet so you can walk across it for pedestrians and safety and accessibility and some of the other little intricate components that I think have not been brought through. And so I would be open to say repeal and request, because the goal is that if we approve a larger plan and a newer plan, that would be the guiding document. Just like if we approve the Vancouver plan, that should be the guiding document of the Broadway plan, recognizing that will be a complete city OCP.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. I'm gonna just talk myself through this, but I would propose that an amendment, I can send it in because I know that's the practice, which would be to leave repeal in and add the word and, request a report on how elements of those existing neighborhood plans could be integrated.
Okay, if you're doing another amendment, I'm going to switch us over to that amendment Q2. Oh, sorry, have you sent it in?
I'm sending it right now.
Oh, yeah, good. It looks like you've hit send. So amendment Q2, and I'll just put you on the list for that, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, sorry, that was quickly written, but, so, yeah, as I said, it would be leave the word repeal, so we would repeal those plans, but I think to the spirit and the actual intention of Councillor Weave's point is that there was a lot of community work and involvement in some of these neighborhood plans, and yes, some of them are dated, but I think there is an opportunity to take a closer look and see if there are elements within those that fit and align with the proposed Broadway plan. I also like the consideration for community implementation committees, because I believe Councillor Weep has quite a bit of firsthand experience in that area prior to running for public office and being elected and being very active and involved in his neighborhood and in similar committees. So I think they're really meritorious, but that would be my proposal so that we don't have conflicting plans. And hopefully staff, that's clear. I'll leave it to council to deliberate on.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this because as the mayor's concern, I think is very valid. If you're a property owner and you're looking to get a property, it'd be difficult if you saw 4-story and 12-story. So I think that there needs to be clarity to the property owner and to the people living in that area what is acceptable. So I think this is a fair amendment and I will be supportive, and I appreciate the mayor for making that point.
Great, thanks, Councillor Weeb. That looks like it for the speakers. So if we could get a vote, clerks, on this amendment to the amendment. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not see you. Yes, go ahead.
If I might just ask for 5 minutes just to read, this is a very challenging construction of this amendment now, given repeal and then all of the other words that have been added into here. I just want to make sure that we actually understand what's being repealed and that it's clear. I think I understand the intent, but just inserting that word back in, given all the other changes, I think makes this quite confusing now. So if I might, I just want to make sure that we have time because we just saw this amendment now and we haven't had a chance to review it.
Okay. Okay, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Everybody?
Councillor Carr, so, Chair, I'd like to withdraw my amendment and submit a new one to amend
Okay,
Councillor Reed's.
let me just check first for that. You have a motion to withdraw that amendment. It will take unanimous support. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? It's withdrawn. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato. I'm going to make sure you're in.
And I'm resubmitting a new amendment to the amendment. Thank you, staff, for your support in that, just for clarity. You should have it in your boxes now.
This came at 6:27, I believe. Is that the one?
6:34.
6:34. Sorry, it just hadn't arrived yet. Okay. Everybody got a chance to look at that? It was actually 6:36.
So it's same construct. It was just to, again, repeal those existing plans and to give direction to staff to report back on how elements of those previous plans, neighborhood plans, could be incorporated into the Broadway Plan and future planning. It still includes the community implementation committees.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. I see no one on the queue to speak to this amendment to the amendment. So, Clerk, can you take us to a vote on this amendment to the amendment? Councillor Hardwick?
Chair Carr, I'd like to request a vote in support. Councillor Boyle.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that takes us back to Amendment Q1. Councillor Dominato?
I'm finished, thanks.
Okay, I think we can vote then on the amended amendment.
Chair Carr, I'll take a vote in support again. Councillor Boyle, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova?
My panel has frozen, but I am online and I will take a vote assist in favor as well.
Thank you. And that vote passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, Councillor, you're good, Councillor Dominato? We're on the main queue, Councillor Wiebe. Anything?
Yeah, I will speak to the plan. It's been pretty amazing to watch some of the work we've done through council make it into the plan. So the blue-green systems, the greenways that connect different neighborhoods, the different way we are doing some of the planning. So that part's been pretty refreshing. I think that council, I really appreciate the time we spent on this, and a lot of the amendments that got in here that I think really improve the plan for inequity, make sure there's adequacy in our housing supply. I think that's something we hear a lot is I don't just need a house, I need to make sure it's adequate and it fits my family and I've got green grocery nearby and we can create the complete communities we need. So there's a lot of really good work in this. There are still elements I think that don't really address some of the key needs, and I've talked about it earlier, including the implementation strategy, which I think we can still work on. So I'll leave it there and let others speak, but I do think that there's some elements of this, of how we're changing and building back different, that I really appreciate.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Mayor Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. I have circulated a technical amendment that I sent earlier, which is just...
just a second. I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and this is just to put an effective date for the plan if it's passed later today. as September 1st, and this gives staff extra time to revise and publish the plan in accordance with the amendments as approved. So it just gives staff extra time to get this all ready for public consumption. So with September 1st as the starting date.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. To the amendment, Councillor Kirby Young.
May I, can I ask a point of information to staff through you, Chair?
Yes, you can.
And I wonder if staff can just help me understand the process if we didn't have this amendment on the floor and council were passing a form of this plan tonight. Would the process not be that the plan takes effect and then you would be bringing forward any respective bylaw changes? And what does that process look like and what time is that anticipated to take separate from this amendment? And how, so let's start there.
Yeah, that's a great question. If this didn't pass, the plan would be effective tomorrow, and I believe I would get zoning applications and letter of inquiries tomorrow. And this gives us time to kind of sort through the amendments, incorporate all of that wording into the plan, publish the plan online, and prepare our own applications and checklists and staff training so that we are ready to receive applications once they start coming in the door.
Okay, why wouldn't you have put something like that in place in the recommendations?
This is probably all my, I'll take responsibility for this. It didn't occur to me that we would have 27 amendments to this plan.
Okay. And if this council doesn't meet, there seems to be lots of lively debate about our ability to meet in September, like regardless of whether or not the plan became live tomorrow or it was effective September 1st, still requires bylaw changes. Can you speak to that piece of it? Is that the case, and when, typically, what would the time frame be for those to come forward?
I don't believe that we would need bylaw amendment changes in order for applications to come forward. Someone could come in with a rezoning application tomorrow. Now, it's our intent to change some of the underlying zoning districts and bring those forward, but that would not delay the submittal of an application.
Okay, so just following up, so this is really administrative because publicly everybody's going to know that this is the plan that we passed.
Yes, but we will get a lot of questions tomorrow
so
about
all of this is available.
We're getting them now, right?
Right? People know about it. It's not like the knowledge is going to change, or if they have plans, they're going to change them. It's just simply the day for which somebody could submit an application?
That's what, yes.
Okay, and you're planning to do that work in July then, knowing that staff are off in August?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Oh, to the amendment, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, another question through you to staff. Clause 8 talks about that this plan will be approved generally, which is a pretty broad term, and obviously I'm currently in a legal on that exact wording. Can you talk about how applications come in recognizing that it just says generally, it's not actually a secured plan, or like Councillor Kirby Young had talked about bylaw changes or proper zoning maps? Can you talk about the difference between having just a plan approved generally and actually having zoning maps?
I think typically the wording that we would normally say would be consequential amendments to the plan, right? So if everything is approved that's been amended today, there are 27 amendments, and this is a 300-page document. We need to figure out how to embed those, each of those, where they go. The plan would have to be substantial revisions to the plan to embed the council's work tonight into that plan and publish it so that the public, the development community, homeowners, business owners could actually read a comprehensive plan that incorporates all of the council's work today. Because that's not available right now.
Okay, but this is the wording. This isn't part of our amendments. This is part of the staff recommendation, is the word generally.
Thanks for the question. And just to clarify this, the wording is the typical wording that we use when a policy plan is adopted by council. Legal staff may be able to provide background as to why that is the case. It's simply, though, I think, to get to the fact that we may, in publishing the plan, make formatting changes and so on that will make it slightly different from what it looks like in the appendix. We would make no substantive changes to the plan other than those, obviously, that council passes as an amendment. So it's simply a catch-all phrase that we use for policy plans.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Okay, that takes us to the end of the speakers to that. So clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this amendment.
Councillor Carr, this is Councillor Boyle. I'd like a vote of just in favor.
Okay. You wanted of, I think it was in favor. Did you say in favor, Councillor Boyle?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that vote does pass with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. Mayor Stewart, you still have the floor.
Thanks so much. There may be more amendments coming, but I'll take this opportunity just as we're getting near the end, just to really a heartfelt thanks to the staff for all the countless hours and actually, you know, helping what's a fairly unique council with who likes to input on everything, really help us through this process and make it, I think, a very successful consideration of concerns that councillors have brought from the community. So thank you so much for your work. Thanks to the public for participating in great numbers, both through the processes and as we formally consider this. I think this is an amazing plan as it stands. I do think that this is what's expected from senior levels of government when they make large transit investments, is to make sure that in the middle of an acute housing shortage that we match their investment with plans that will bring density of a mixed type. So not luxury condos all the way along a line, but really building complete communities that people really want to live in and can live in. And I think this plan accomplishes all that. I do think I'm acutely aware of senior levels looking over our shoulders, and I think this is really something that will show them that that our council has it together, and that we recognize the needs that they're also seeing as something that has to be met from the public. I think a lot of what's being done here is innovative. I think the moves we've made on rental protections are fantastic. They should, for folks living along the line that have been renters there for a long time. I hope this really goes a long way to show that we have their backs. But also for folks that want to come and live in the city or are moving out from living with their families in the city, it will give lots of room for people to enjoy what I think is going to be one of the most exciting neighborhoods in the country. If you think about the businesses that are going to grow along here, and with any luck, later this month, we'll have the final approval from the Mayor's Council for the UBCX extension. You can see what a marvelous corridor this is already starting to become. So again, great thanks to everyone for all the work that's being done here. I'm incredibly proud of this work and can't wait to go show others around the country and around the world what we're accomplishing here. So again, thanks everybody for all your work.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess if we're at that point of closing, and very appreciative of staff, obviously, a ton of work. Also appreciative of the public for all their input, and of course, my colleagues here at council. There's been a lot of work and thought and angst that has gone into this plan. It's a significant plan. It's a big game changer for our city. You know, public opinion on this has been politicized and polarized and even weaponized, and we've had to bear a lot of angst that came with this plan. But I think, you know, and to the mayor's point, I don't think that not having a plan is not an option for us. We have the subway. It's a done deal going to Arbutus already. So we need to anticipate what kind of impacts it's going to have on the existing community and what kind of impacts it's going to have on the existing renters in the corridor. So I think what we've landed at with all the amendments is some pretty strong regulation to protect renters, introducing a whole new level of rent stabilization and opportunities for tenant relocation and stuff that, you know, hasn't been seen before. And we saw how the Canby corridor went with the Canada line, and that hasn't achieved a lot of the goals that I think we might have more aspired to. And it was a different context then, but we've learned from that, and recognizing that, you know, senior government are watching what we're doing. Senior government are looking towards how and if they're going to fund an extension all the way to UBC. And with all the opportunity and the need for this new housing, I think we've really landed on a good plan. So again, really grateful for staff having to sit through all these meetings and the various iterations and the amendments on the fly. And I think it was worth it. So I hope we dispense with this tonight and something we can all kind of get behind.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much, Chair. So yeah, I'm happy to speak in support of where we have landed with the Broadway Plan. I think that first and foremost, I just want to acknowledge the engagement from the public. We've received hundreds of emails, both in support and also from residents who are expressing some of their concerns. We heard many speakers over a few days. Again, many in support, and then of course some opposed with how the plan was drafted. And in that process, recognizing there's no shortage of residents that are very passionate about the future of this area of our city, of the Broadway area. So just appreciating the time and the engagement from the public. Also acknowledging staff's efforts, and appreciate the most latest comment that it sort of came to us with the effort of reducing the complexity. That was intentional. I think we've quashed that. Sorry, staff. So complexity remains. But this is what we talk about when we talk about political will. It is our job to listen to feedback from the public and weave that in. And I believe that we've actually done that in a very thoughtful way. And to, Councillor Fry's point as well, that to sort of present this as a binary and that it's a yes or no vote was just never going to be the outcome of this plan. It was about how do we shape this plan based on that feedback and strike that balance. And so in many ways it's been fine-tuned, whether it's solar access, tenant protections, refining the frontages so that we have a more livable built form, partnerships with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and incorporating values and history and art into the public realm. We've got co-ops and not-for-profits named in terms of prioritizing implementation for below-market housing. We're talking about fixed CIC negotiations, which we hear often about, climate-friendly wood construction. We're prioritizing schools in this plan. We're prioritizing education outreach to tenants so that they know how they can engage and be protected in the event that there might be changes to their current residents. So, I think that in addition to this, we have reporting back to council on so many aspects that have been amended into this plan, including pace of change, again, tenant protections, changing demographics, property inflation, local economy, tree canopy, access to green space, schools, possibly limiting the number of applications in residential areas. And I make a point to read all these out because people have to really realize that this is not going to be, well, council sort of rammed something through or forced something through despite public opinion. We heard public opinion and we made changes and we amended. Of course, there's going to be folks that do not want change, and I appreciate that. But this is where leadership has to sort of step in and say, we are responsible as of an MOU in 2018 and a halfway built, not even halfway, subway extension to Arbutus. We've committed ourselves to, the previous council committed us to this planning exercise, and we need to deliver some form of density that's not going to harm, but going to help and support our city in terms of growth. So I think that if you talk to any small business owner, they're going to say, we do want more people being able to live closer to where they work. We do want more people being able to shop in our small businesses. That means that we can have more jobs, more secure jobs. And Broadway, I would say, has been ripe for renewal for a long time. So I'm excited about the center, the planning around the centers. I'm excited for my kids who are going to continue to grow in this city and see themselves being able to live in this city in these areas. One of them currently does on her own. So I know people say they can't afford it. Well, she already does. And she works, a pretty, in a vet clinic, and not a very glamorous job, let's say, but is able to make it on her own. So I see that remaining in this plan. But the point is to be able to have a plan that has 2/3 of rental housing
with some strata condo in order to pay for growth in terms of public amenities and parks. I think we have struck the right balance with this plan. And also just to recognize that this is a 30-year plan. It does not happen overnight. I will be 74 by the time this plan is realized, just for perspective. So I think that we can appreciate the time spent on this plan over the last month and a half and know that this council has responded to what we've heard and done our very best to work together and produce something that the public can believe in. And I hope that the majority will and see this as a real positive step for our city. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. A few additional comments. I made quite a few comments earlier when we were dealing with the referral, but I do want to reflect on some of the comments of my colleagues and what I've been hearing. And I will start echoing my colleagues around thanks to the staff and the hard work that's gone into this and during a pandemic, but also a thanks to the many hundreds of residents who either made time to call in or to write us about this plan. And like I say, I think it was evenly split of people who said, go forth, support the plan, or no, don't, press pause. But from my perspective, this is a framework for the future. And as I said earlier, whether, in my world, I was developing policy, strategic plans, and different types of work. I don't know that we ever got any of our strategies perfect or right, but you need to start the work, and they can always be changed. And I think we need to recognize that the City of Vancouver is a desirable place to be and to live and to work. And we do need to plan for growth. We do need to plan for change. And so for me, I've never shied away from that. And I think that that's an important part of this. And I won't repeat what Councillor Bligh said, but she pointed to some of the binding agreements around the MOU with TransLink in the province. This plan delivers a range of housing, rental, strata, non-market, social housing. So it does address that diversity of tenure. It also supports employment and job space and local jobs and small business, which I think is critically important. We can't be simply a city of housing. We need to be a city that has jobs for people. And I think I may have spoken to this in another meeting around the Broadway Plan, but the reality is many people come to Vancouver because the job opportunities the city presents, and they want to live close to where they work. They do not want to do what my mother did, which was commute an hour, hour and a half each way from a suburb of Vancouver, and they are willing to sacrifice on certain things in order to enjoy that. And for them, that is livability. And for some of those individuals, that may be rental, maybe strata, condo, but they would like to have more time with their friends, more time with their families, more time with their kids. And so that is as part of this. And I think we also have to think about the opportunity as we add rapid transit in this area, that we talk often about wanting to address GHG emissions, the vehicles on the road, congestion. Well, if people can live close to public transit and close to where they work, then they aren't going to need a vehicle. And then on the subject of being responsive to public feedback, as I said earlier, ultimately, staff do a lot of heavy lifting and doing the operational work and developing policy ideas, doing the public engagement. We're ultimately the decision makers, but it is our jobs to listen. And I think that as a council collectively, we have listened to residents and the public on this issue. And that is why there's a number of amendments. And I will shatter that narrative around this council not being able to get work done or not being efficient or not being able to make decisions. Well, in fact, we've been doing that work. And being responsive to the public is seen through the amendments. And so I think we need to recognize that as well. And I don't think it's necessarily perfect. I don't think it's a panacea either for housing, because right now there's a conversation taking place right now around whether this will deliver affordability or not. But it is a starting point, and staff are going to integrate much of the feedback we've provided, but it's also going to be iterative. There's going to be changes over time. I can guarantee you that. I've never seen a plan stay static, and so I anticipate things will change over the next number of years, and I wouldn't be surprised if staff come back and say, well, we need to pivot, needs to be changes in this plan. And my last comment will be is I do appreciate Councillor Weeb's last amendment there around implementation committees in involved neighborhoods, and so I think that was a great addition to this. And so obviously I'm speaking in support, but I think we need to move forward, and this is part of the work.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Hardwick.
When it comes to the Broadway Plan, the amazing author Jane Jacobs actually predicted its problems back in 1961 in her epic book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities. Jacobs said, and I quote, "Cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everybody." The Broadway Plan was decidedly not created by everybody. A Broadway Plan where hundreds of public speakers raised their concerns night after night was clearly not created by everybody. A Broadway Plan where thousands of renters fear losing their affordable rent-controlled homes throughout the Broadway corridor to dem evictions is not providing something for everybody. A Broadway Plan where real estate companies are already buying up low-rise housing buildings and replacing them with giant 20 to 40 stories is definitely not created by everybody, nor will it benefit everybody, certainly not displaced renters. In short, the Broadway Plan is not ready for approval because it was not created by everybody. The Broadway Plan is already escalating property prices, apartments listed for sale, and advertisements from commercial agents who specialize in monetizing the Broadway Plan for property owners. Land inflation will be the inevitable outcome, with higher rents and higher home prices. To be clear, the Broadway subway will create more density and growth, but as one saying goes, change is inevitable, progress is optional. Progress is what a well-thought-out plan should bring, as Jacobs wrote. But this plan is not progress, definitely not. The most dramatic and ever proposed for Vancouver should only come from an incoming mayor and council with a Democratic mandate in the October election, not an outgoing mayor and council with a handful of council meetings left. Trust and legitimacy are at issue. The Broadway Plan's sidelines extensive Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Fairview Slopes, and Kitsilano community plans developed over decades by staff with countless volunteer resident hours. Those four neighborhoods together provide nearly 20,000 rental units, 25% of the entire city's inventory, much of it affordable and rent-controlled. Even if relocation return policies are upheld, questionable, people's lives will still be uprooted, newer homes smaller, and most rents the same or higher. And it's very likely that most people won't return due to the expense and upheaval. The Broadway Plan embraces the false narrative that affordable housing crisis will be solved by huge density and building height increases over 500 blocks, but stubbornly ignores a critical cause of our housing unaffordability crisis, that land speculators, investors, and property flippers are skewing real estate property values. In reality, the Broadway Plan is their dream scenario because they would profit from ever-increasing land values triggered by major densification north and south of Broadway. The Broadway Plan also encourages development completely contrary to our greenest city and sustainability thinking because cement towers and greenhouse gases are contrary to Vancouver's branding. Yes, the Broadway subway will increase density, especially around station areas. But there are real alternatives to add gentle density and to address many of the important issues for planning livable, affordable, and sustainable communities. The Broadway Plan promotes a false narrative of lack of supply without reflecting what is currently in the pipeline and what the public needs, especially around affordability. Population growth, job growth, and economic development are aspirational targets as opposed to evidence-based projections. Furthermore, there is a lack of planning for even the basics of community amenities, schools, community centers, senior centers, libraries, green space and parks, arts and culture, ground-oriented density for families, obstruction of public views. To conclude, the Broadway Plan would see thousands of renters in affordable rent control housing dem-evicted, would dramatically increase both rents and housing prices, would be a huge gift to land speculators, would badly hurt Vancouver's livability and cherished neighborhoods, and would violate greenest city principles. And most importantly, the Broadway Plan does not have a mandate from its citizens, who should have ultimately had the say in the October election. And that's why I'm voting a hard no to the Broadway Plan.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm gonna try and do this and hope my kid doesn't pop in. I won't repeat the parts of my closing comments that I expressed during debate on the referral motion, but instead I will continue and say that I appreciate the amendments my colleagues have brought forward, some more than others, and I appreciate the comments of the chair. This is emotional. I know many of us are invested in this, but I urge you, council, not to rush this work. During the pandemic, the people who will be most affected by this plan, the young families, people who are struggling just to get by, raising family, trying to make ends meet after they lost their jobs. Beyond the concerns of the speakers, we've received correspondence from these people. And I've heard from people who weren't aware of this council decision, who weren't aware of the ramifications on this plan until it was too late. Some asked me why there weren't ads on social media or in their local grocery stores with info on how they can chime in, because they simply don't have the time. We've done good work here, but some of the pieces of this work and the many amendments direct staff to do more and report back. And that shouldn't be a shield that we hide behind, in my opinion, to vote yes before addressing these concerns. I worry about the feasibility of this plan. As I stated earlier, and I won't belabor the comments, but on the downtown east side plan, it is impossible in some instances to redevelop in that area. And I'm concerned there isn't enough green space and public amenities such as community centers for families who sacrifice that extra space to live in urban neighborhoods. I want to thank staff, really from the bottom of my heart, who have put thousands of hours, weeks and years into this plan, and for what you brought to us. But this plan looks far different now in this state from what you had originally brought to us. I also want to address some of the rather unfortunate comments and the attack that was made on me after our last meeting on this matter. They made me sad, not just for me, but for all women in politics and for people who are marginalized because they can't stay late into the night for meetings. For various reasons, all legitimate. I appreciate I was not the only councillor who voted not to extend the time of the meeting, but I was the only councillor who was attacked publicly. And I hope in future this council can do better and we can support each other and see the reasons rooted in democracy that we require a unanimous vote after 10 p.m. Back to the plan. Your amendments tell me that some councillors don't want to vote for the Broadway Plan, but they feel they need to vote for the Broadway Plan. On the eve of an election, it feels rushed. It feels a lot like deja vu. And what I went through with Vision Vancouver, with the triplexes and fourplexes. And I know that there were a number of councillors last term that felt uncomfortable with that. We heard some of the same concerns that we're hearing from residents now. I say this standing on my voting record. I have different reasons than Councillor Hardwick has just stated, and Councillor Hardwick, not trying to impugn your motives, but I have different reasons for voting no to these plans. They don't match up necessarily with Councillor Hardwick's, but I support more housing and more density in this plan. And although my vote may be the same as Councillor Hardwick's, it's for a different reason. I don't see enough here for families. And I committed to building a family-friendly Vancouver. Considering the unintended consequences in this plan, it's important for me that we don't do harm, that we do indeed help people. And it's also important for me that we get this right. So at this point, and I'm sure we all have many more votes to finalize this, but I will be voting in opposition to most of them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was at a seniors meeting about the heat dome, and one of our staff said we need to center vulnerable people in our planning. And I don't think vulnerable people are centered in this plan. I don't think we can center vulnerable people if we rely on the private sector. We need something comprehensive that will give us the affordability that we need. This isn't it. It's not the city's fault. It's not the staff's fault. Everyone is trying to work with givens. Given we have no vacancy control, given we don't have enough money to buy land, given we don't have enough money for construction, given safer limits are too low, given social assistance rates are despicable. I think the amendments have improved the plan, but I'm still really worried about it. I worry because small businesses will be gentrified. I know our staff knows this and are talking about it, but we have to have measures to protect them before we implement the plan, not way down the line. I worry because there's nothing in here for the poorest third of renters. They won't be able to afford the 20% below market units. Even social housing only requires 30% to be affordable to people earning basically 50 to 80K. I worry because there's a theory that if we require affordability and it reduces land prices, then affordability can actually be possible. I think we need to explore this theory more, as opposed to the theory that building more and more expensive supply will bring down housing prices when landlords can raise rents as much as they like when tenants leave. Mostly I worry about the thousands of units of precious, moderately priced apartment units already in this area, with rents averaging about half of what 80% of the new rental will be. I love the idea of denser housing by transit. I wish the people who can't afford cars could afford to live in it. I worry that the folks who work at Starbucks as janitors, people who work in the new hotels we want in the corridor, will still have to commute in from Langley or Surrey because they can't afford the housing in the corridor. Then there's the 86,000 households who are in housing need, and the 50,000 more that we expect to be in need. There's no mechanism in this report to help meet that need. If the report even acknowledged the need for housing affordability with some pointers, like if it said we need X amount of housing that lower income renters can afford, and the city can do X percent, and the province can do Y and Z, and the feds can do something else to meet our goal. At least we need a map of how to get out of this crisis. After World War II, our government wanted to house people. They made massive investments in building housing, co-op social housing. Why don't we do that again? The investor class is not going to build the housing we need for the working class, with or without jobs. But we could build it ourselves. We could zone it, subsidize it, borrow at lower interest rates, and build it to last and be kind to the environment. We're supposed to be planning for everyone, and it seems to me a lot are left out of this plan. If we had agreed to vacancy controls and phasing, I could have gone for this. I think it will pass, so my no vote can be taken as a plea for all governments to get their acts together and make housing affordability a real priority, including the city with zoning, the province with money and vacancy control, and increases to safer and social assistance, and the feds with massively more money for housing. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Listening intently to this, and I just want to provide a few comments as to why I do support the Broadway Plan, and just sort of in response to some of the comments that I'm hearing. To be clear, and I've heard a lot of references to past and to the time of tenure of where we are in our mandate and what folks did in the past, and I would say I wasn't born in the 60s. I do live in 2022, and I think I have to deal with the now. That's my job as a city councillor, in terms of trying to deal with the situation that we have here in the city. So from my perspective, not doing anything at the end of a 4-year term and a mandate is not a solution. Having said that, this is a 30-year plan to guide growth over essentially in a generation, right? If you look at each generation, it's 25 years. And I used to work at a place that everybody has sort of one of those sort of formative employment experiences where people will say things that stay with you. And a person that hired me and I worked with that I respect a lot, that made a lot of things happen in the city, had this notion of cathedral thinking, where you are looking towards the next generation of what you're trying to build. And to me, this is a recognition that change isn't happening overnight, but we're trying to set a framework for what kind of city it is that we want to build. And that framework has opportunity for continued refinement and adaptation over time. So again, I want to reiterate, we do need a plan. The subway is here, it's being built, and without a plan, we're not guiding the change. And to use the obvious analogy, the train has left the station. So what do I know right now at this moment in 2022? Right now, I know that we need more available and more accessible housing. We need rental desperately. We have a historically low vacancy rate. And we need to ensure that we have mechanisms in place to protect existing renters and the current affordable rental. And that is why I believe that the plan that staff brought forward at the direction of council did present some of the strongest renter protections in the country, including the right for tenants to return at rents comparable or lower than their previous rent. This is why also we added a number of amendments, including the one I brought forward. Council did a number collectively, and I'll reference the one I brought forward on frontages with the intention to reduce pressure for larger land assemblies. And as one of my colleagues has said, that is an example of being responsive to the feedback that we hear. And that is our job as council, is to try to balance the work of our staff, but to be responsive to the public feedback. And this is the forum that we have to do that in. So what else do I know? I also know that inflation has hit a 40-year record high, dating back to 1983, and I know that construction costs are escalating. I know that if we delay, it will be more difficult, not easier, to build housing, and especially the housing that we need, the rental and the below market, the social and the nonprofit. This plan significantly puts the biggest own on rental and social housing, with only 1/3 being strata. 2/3 of this plan, and the goal for this plan, is secured rental, including social, supportive, and co-op housing. This is something we have not seen to date. It's hugely important. It's a really significant shift, and it's what we need. I also want to focus on the fact that we heard clearly from residents that are concerned about livability, and as a former park board commissioner, I'm deeply concerned about that. And they spoke specifically to the importance of parks, green space, and community amenities. It was really important to me that we responded to that feedback, and I believe that we listened. Again, it's a 30-year plan, but it's only a 10-year public benefits plan. Right now, it's pegged at $1.1 billion. But we still took that feedback seriously, and we moved to direct staff to work to improve the amount of park, green, and open space and community facilities that can be delivered, and to get regular reports back on opportunities to increase public benefits. Just today, we had a report, and I had this in mind when considering the plan, knowing it was coming forward, and we increased the DCL allocation to parks from 34% from the 18%. This is one mechanism that will help us in acquiring more green space, and we know that the DCL plan includes land acquisition strategies for area parks, including in the Broadway neighborhood. Other things I like about this plan include the villages that reflect and retain the local scale and character, such as South Granville, West 4th, and Main Street. I think that this helps to provide balance in our topography and in our neighborhoods. It will help retain that feel of local shopping areas where people can come together and connect and support our small local business retention. In addition to the amendments I mentioned working on frontage to improve amenities, I also appreciate the amendments brought forward by my colleagues pushing for use of mass timber to support climate, and speaking to reduction of GHGs, and pushing for better school alignment, which is something we hear it's really important in terms of complete communities, that people do not have to go out of their neighborhood in order to take their kids to school. So I'd sum it up by saying the status quo is not an option for me. We need to move forward thoughtfully and strategically. We need to support current residents, but we also literally need to help others find their place in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby, and perfectly timed. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. I'll be much briefer, but I also wanted to add my voice. I will be supporting the plan. I think, as others have noted, it's really important to recognize that this plan strengthens protections for tenants if this plan gets rejected or had been sent back, existing tenants wouldn't see those increased protections. And it adds important housing that we know we need. We know we need it based on the stories we hear from renters. We know we need it based on the vacancy rate. Adding that housing in this neighborhood close to jobs, close to transit, close to amenities is important. And I believe that we're doing it responsibly alongside stronger tenant protections. I'm very glad to see that. I'm very happy that and appreciative that council supported my amendment to increase space for people along Broadway, including through safe active transportation lanes. We know we are going to see heavy use of those from day one, both bicycles and micro mobility, and that will make the sidewalks safer for pedestrians too, because those folks have a place to go as well. So I'm glad to see all of those improvements. Those will make a big difference for people who are moving to the neighborhood, who live there already, who are there visiting or for work. Overall, I think this plan is an improvement. I, as I have said, have some frustrations about the process. I think we, as a council, could have been more responsible and organized in how we approach this plan. And that can be a further discussion. I won't say more on that for now, but I will be supporting this plan. I think it will improve life for current renters and for future renters. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Vice Chair Kirby, would you mind taking the chair so I could, Vice Chair? Great.
Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the public for the involvement, for the bringing forward of ideas. I don't know how many phone calls, emails, letters, and speakers that we had. That was quite phenomenal. That input did result in some later amendments. I heard some people say that that was dysfunctional. No, that's real democracy. When you listen to the very end, to every bit of input, and it sometimes changes what you might have otherwise not changed, added a new idea or a thought. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes takes a lot of energy, but it's good governance when you actually listen and make sure that you've incorporated the changes right to the end. I want to thank staff. Your patience is unbelievably incredible, your diligence and hard work in helping us through this process, through all those amendments, the resources you've given us in terms of the spreadsheets have really made it so much easier. So I know it's been a lot of work and time on your part. Thank you. I'm going to tell you now why I'm voting in favor. First of all, as other colleagues have said, we have a subway being built. We need a plan. We need the details of that plan to make it work for the city. I had wanted phasing. I thought that phasing made a lot of sense in my mind. That didn't happen, but I have some comfort in the fact that staff, when I questioned earlier, made it clear that they expect over the next few years, up to 5 years, that the Broadway corridor itself and the station area plans are going to be the big focus. So I'm going to take some comfort in that. There's also an amendment, which is number X, that is around pace of change, and I think that helps too in terms of phasing. Many of the amendments are addressing the need for truly affordable housing. That is a crisis in our city. It has gotten worse and worse despite best efforts. This plan, I hope, has some ability. In fact, I believe it does have some ability to actually make a dent in that. The fact that it's 2/3 rental, for example, that we're going to be zoning for social, nonprofit, supportive housing and co-ops. That there are going to be sites for non-market housing. These are all measures that I will believe will get at the fact that we can't expect the market to deliver all the affordability or even that much of it. We need the alternative nonprofit sector. There are measures to protect vulnerable tenants. The best in North America, say some. Vacancy control is in there. There's offering interim housing and rents for renters who are being displaced to return at the same or lower rents. That's an achievement. In terms of livability, this plan includes attention around complete communities and public amenities. The idea that was added at the end by Councillor Fry on local villages, I think is dear to the hearts of people in the city who cherish that as part of their livability. Community centers, parks, schools, conversion of 11% of our streets, these are all included in amendments to this plan. Public safety. We will be proceeding with a third-party operational review of the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. 50,000 more people need to have more fire services. Climate action. There's density on transit. There are buildings. Thank you for working with me, Councillor Dominato, on the wood frame, mass timber. An AAA, AAA, thank you, Councillor Boyle, bike route. Reconciliation. We have a commitment to embed the values, the history of First Nations people into this plan. And finally, the continued involvement of residents. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe, for putting in an amendment at the end that talked about it forming community implementation committees. I am really hoping that we will be pursuing the continued involvement and the greater involvement of residents in the implementation of this plan. There's a lot of work. This is just, if we thought this dealing with the plan itself was a lot of work, the implementation is going to be even more. It is really it's going to be an incredible piece of Vancouver's future. So thank you for that, and I believe Councillor Kirby Young, I can take back the chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
And are you again on the list there? You're over time?
I was just going to ask if we're getting close to the vote, if I could sever a couple of clauses.
Yes. Actually, let's go to that. I will do that. You don't have to be, well, anyway, you do have to be in the queue, but go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young. Which ones?
I'd like to sever A4 and U.
Sorry, A4 and which one?
U.
U. Yes, I know. We are all the way up to Z, right?
Yes, I know. It's a lot.
Oh, and U. Okay. That's good. Actually, staff, I'd like to sever I. Would anybody else like to sever anything? Councillor Bligh? I'm sorry, let me get your just have to give you time to speak.
I'd like to sever A4.
Sorry, A4 is severed already?
Oh, sorry. And U, A, and B.
U is already severed. And what was the other one?
Just checking. And K.
Okay. Councillor DeGenova, are you on the list to sever? Councillor DeGenova? Yeah, you might be on mute.
Can you, I understand this was sent to us, but it wasn't sent to us in a Word document. Could it be sent to us in a Word document, Chair? And then I'll know what I can sever, because I'm looking for the exact clause right now, but I'm not able to do that with the current setup.
Staff are going to send that, Councillor DeGenova. I'm going to continue going through the speakers on the list around severing, but we will take, Councillor DeGenova, I'm speaking. We will give you the time to read it. So once I finish the list of councillors, I'll ask you how much time you need. Meanwhile, staff will be forwarding to all of us a version of that.
I understand. Perhaps there's some back and forth interference because there's a bit of a delay when you speak here, Chair, but I just wanted to note that Councillor Kirby Young's time's running instead of mine. Thanks.
Thanks. Actually, we're not in a queue really, because I'm just receiving input from all of you regarding what's severing in the vote. So we're not speaking to the main motion anymore, Councillor. Okay, and Councillor Dominato?
Yes, Chair. I was initially going to ask if we would just go through all the letters, just to be certain. Can I just reconfirm what I've heard? I have, so A4.
Yes, we have A subsection 4. We have I K, U.
Okay. And, sorry, I'm still just scrolling through. Do we have U, A, and B severed?
I have a U just generally.
We have U, A, and B?
You want a subset of A and B, okay?
Yes, please. And my apologies, I'm literally just scrolling through. If there's others on the queue, I can let them go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I will. And councillors, just realize that this is not a timed section. We're not speaking to, we're making sure that the vote is appropriately severed to enable you to vote the way you would like. Councillor Swanson?
You sever N,
M as in mother?
N as in Norman,
As in Norman, okay.
O and P. And
N-O-P, got it?
Also A, 2 and 3.
A, which subsection?
2 and 3.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Swanson? Okay, Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks so much. Can I actually have this sent to me as a PDF because my Microsoft Word isn't compatible apparently on my city laptop?
Clerks? Yeah, that'll be possible. We still
Thank
have.
you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, is it possible to ask a point of information through you to staff at this point? Just relates to understanding which clauses need to stay together for a vote if they were to be
Oh,
separated.
if it has to do with how we vote?
Yes.
Yes, that would be fine. Anything that relates to our voting process now is fine.
Okay, so my point of information through you, Chair, is on you. And I just want to confirm if staff see A, B, and C being tied together? Like if C is can't speak. Someone come up with that word. Integrally, thank you. Linked to A and B, or can it be considered as a standalone?
Staff?
And that's clause U.
C be considered as a standalone, or is it integral to A and B? In other words, can we sever A and B without severing C?
I know we voted differently on that earlier, but I just want to be clear because in my mind, I was questioning if they were linked.
Yes.
Hi, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy. Just looking through the motions, I think we're in looking at the four letters, it's staff's opinion that A and B are related. You can't use rent rolls to conduct rent stabilization if you haven't collected them. However, C and D are independent.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the confirmation.
Thank you. Would you like anything else, Councillor Kirby Young?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bligh.
Just clarify severing of K, that it's severed in the 3 parts as it's written. That, further that, and further that.
Okay. Okay, all 3 subsections. And is that it, Bligh? Councillor Bligh? Great. Councillor Fry.
Point of information, I guess, or procedure. I'm wondering, given so many of the amendments are now being picked out for subsequent voting, and some of them are perhaps material to the overall approval of the Broadway Plan articulated in A. I'm wondering if it's possible to reverse vote. Start with Z, I guess. Are we at Z? Because frankly, if we end up losing all the tenant protections, for instance, through subsequent votes on severed amendments, I would not feel comfortable.
Huh. That's, I don't, there's no rule that says we can't, but let me just check.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, as I thought, there's no reason we have to vote in the order of A through Z, so we can start with Z and go back to A.
A. All right. Yeah.
That's it, Councillor Fry?
That is it. Thank you.
Right. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. Oh, am I on mute?
No, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, perfect. I'd like to sever out H for separate vote, please.
H has been, no, H hasn't been severed. Okay. No. Oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry, I just have to get clarification on that. It's true.
I can't hear any. Oh,
I'm
I
sorry,
can't.
we're having the clerk and I are having a discussion over.
Hey, just
over
wanted to
the
make sure
order.
my IT was okay. That's good.
Okay, just in response to the question of, we might as well sever them all. No, we can go a little faster because if, for example, AA, which is the very last one, through going backwards to V, no one's holding. So we can do quite a few at one time. So I'm going to suggest we just proceed with the backwards, but lumping where we can. And Councillor DiGenova, did you have anything else?
No, I can't take myself off the queue. I'm trying to reload my phone.
Don't worry, I can do it for you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just flagging what I think is a typo in Z. This was initially Councillor Swanson's amendment. Councillor Fry amended it, and I believe he amended it starting at the word including. I believe he struck provisions in the plan to set aside sites for community housing developers, and he replaced it with the latter part, which is the financing tools and land value capture. But I do think that we now have those two amendments merged into one, and I don't think that was the intent. I actually think we voted on something different. I can certainly check my email, but that's my recollection.
Okay.
That's Z, to be clear.
Yes. Thank you. I'm wondering if it was your amendment, Councillor Fry, if you wouldn't mind looking carefully at Z and seeing if that reflects what you tabled.
It does look accurate to me, including but not limited to new financing tools like land value capture and tax increment financing that could facilitate construction and location of non-market homes in the Broadway Plan. That does seem like what I submitted.
Okay. I think we'll have to go, Councillor Dominato, with the councillor that tabled the amendment.
Okay, I do think, I'm just actually trying to find the email, but I do think it's incorrect.
Staff, perhaps you can I can ask staff to check too on that one. We don't want to be voting on something incorrectly. I think it's important that we do check.
And unfortunately, I think I deleted it.
Chair, I am looking and it is accurate to the amendment I set in at 418, which was strike the last phrase, including ... whatever that was, and replace with including but not limited to new financing tools like land value capture, tax increment financing that could facilitate construction and location of non-market homes in the Broadway Plan.
Okay.
Can you circulate it, please?
Okay, and thank you. Anything else, Councillor Dominato?
No, I don't think anything.
Councillor Swanson?
Please separate Z2, please.
Okay. That's it. Councillor Weeb?
And B.
B as in Bob?
He's in Barry.
What?
Barry, Bob.
Yes, got it. All right. Oh, Councillor DiGenova? Go ahead. Yeah, staff. Staff, could I just have somebody respond to with the fact the clerk has just noted for me that she thought she heard you say that A and B are together, that you can't sever one of them, like B. So if we could have a response back from that, that would. Yes,
Yes,
thank you.
that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, we cannot sever B.
I didn't ask for B to be severed.
No,
Chair.
Councillor DiGenova, you weren't on the queue at the time that I severed B. It was Councillor Weeb that severed B.
Sorry. Yeah.
So Councillor Weeb, but you have to vote A and B together. And Councillor DiGenova, did you have another point?
I was just wondering if you got my request when you called on me. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I was just going to ask if possible. I was going to suggest, we've never tried this before, Chair, but maybe staff could send us a list, or the clerk staff, of exactly what we're voting on. Just like if it's Z and then Y, and then it just might be more efficient. And sometimes.
Yeah, I think Councillor DiGenova, that is exactly what we're going to
Great.
do. I will take us point by point, starting at the end, and make sure everybody is clear about what you're voting on before the vote. So we will, this might take a while, but we'll make sure that no one's confused around what they're voting for.
My suggestion was that it's emailed to us, but if that's not possible, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that, I think at this point we have the document, so a verbal clarification of what exactly we're voting on is.
Sure.
Okay, and also it will be highlighted on the screen. All right, I am not seeing anyone else on the queue. So I believe that we have now come to the time to vote. So clerks, we are going to start well, we're starting at the end, so I will start at the end because Z is severed. I'll just do AA first. So we are voting on AA, which is the timing issue. It's only a point, no, there's no points of procedure. There's only points of personal privilege at this point. Oh, all right. So if you look up, If, sorry, okay, this is a point of personal privilege. You all need to know what you're voting on. And it's not on the handout we got because it came after this was printed for us, which was the mayor's amendment. It's up here on the screen. Can everybody see that? All right. Everybody good? Okay, voting AA. Okay, that has passed with Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, and Hardwick in opposition. We are now going to vote on, yes, go ahead. Point of privilege. I have you down. Yes, there, yes, it should be up. Is that correct? Okay. Faster, not very fast. All right. We are now voting on Z, which has been severed. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young. That has passed with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. Now, councillors, we are going to vote on Y, X, W, and V. Everybody clear? So V through Y. Okay, that has, oops, sorry. Councillor Kirby Young has not yet voted. That has passed with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. We are now, we're going to vote on U, but A and B have been severed. So we're going to vote on U, C, and D. C and D, that's correct. Mayor Stewart? Okay, that passes with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. We are now going to vote on U, A, and B together. And that vote passes with Councillors DeGenova, Hardwick, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, we are now going to vote on T, S, R, and Q. So that's Q, R, S, T. Okay, that is passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We are now going to vote on P. P, as in Paul. Okay, that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We're now going to vote on O. Clerks are just taking a moment for those who are not in chambers. We are an O. Okay, that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So we are now voting on N. And that vote passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We are now voting on M, as in mother. Oh, sorry, wait a sec. Yeah, we could go L and M. Oh, okay, we have to slow down a little bit for the screen to catch up with us. I believe that though we can vote on L and M together. I know. Okay, L and M, everybody sees those? Oh, that L and M is unanimous. Okay, we are now voting on K. Oh, but I've been asked to have severed K, the first paragraph. Okay, so if we're going backwards, it is the third and further that section that we will start with. There's been a request to sever those paragraphs, so. And further that, council directs staff to review, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's up on the screen. Okay, that passes with councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. And we will move to the middle paragraph. That's further that around the AAA, Safe Active Transportation Lane. Mayor Stewart? Okay, that passes with Councillors DeGenova, Hardwick, and Bligh in opposition. And now we will move to the first operative paragraph of K. And that passes with Councillors DeGenova and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, we are now moving to J, including all of its subsections. Councillor Kirby Young? Okay, that passes unanimously. We are now moving to I. Are we ready to go? Yes. Okay, that does pass with myself and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And there is a declared conflict as well. Clerks, I think you'll note that. You did not declare a conflict? Okay. To revote, to do a revote on that? Oh, you can.
But to be clear, I did not click. I never stated a conflict in the record, and I did not click a button. That is erroneous. So it should be, I'd like to revote or correct it now.
Okay. I'm in the hands of the clerks on this one. If the clerks want to reset that vote, that's... So this is again on I. And that vote has passed with myself and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And now we're moving to H. That vote is unanimous. And now I believe that we can do G, F, E, D, and C all together. So again, that's C, D, E, F, G. Is everybody good with that? You can see, and there's one line that I think is just on the little bottom of the screen, but you also have your sheets.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yes?
I have it. We all have our sheets, but the public does not. So maybe if staff could spend a moment scrolling down for the public that are watching, I think that's important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There has been a little bit of scrolling down, up and down on that, but the clerk will do it again. That vote passes with Councillors DeGenova, Councillor Swanson, and Hardwick in opposition. So, clerks, I'm just going to verify. We have had a request to sever. You have said that B must be voted with A, but we have had a request to sever II and III and A. Should we do those first?
Chair,
Councillor
I
Swanson,
believe the
could you just
request is,
verify that you requested A, II, and A, III to be severed?
I believe someone did, Chair.
And did,
But
okay, sorry, I'll just question that. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Did anyone sever A, IV, or 4?
Just a point of privilege. I heard someone do it. If they hadn't, I would have. So that's why I know for a fact that it was severed.
All right,
Thank
and
you.
well, I'll just say that it's severed now. Councillor DeGenova, you've stated that you want it severed. That's fine. Thank you very much. Councillor DeGenova, just to make it clear, you're okay to, you just want to see A subsection IV severed? I'll also be severing II and III, but
No, it was just I and I that I wanted severed. I don't know anything about IV. Thank you.
okay, so the next vote that we're going to have is actually, according to staff, we have to group these. It's going to be A subsection I along with B. Those have to be voted on together. So that's what we're going to vote first is A subsection I, so the first one, along with B. It's not, we're not severing AI. AI is the only one that isn't being severed by anybody. We've had severing asked for AII, AIII, and AIV. So we now are voting on B, but B must be voted on with AI. So that's why we're putting them together. Okay, so council, again, we're going to be voting on B together with AI. I just said yes. I happen to be going in the reverse order only because that's what we were doing today. So AI and B. Yes. Well, you can't, there's no choice.
Well, they're
There's no choice from staff point of view. They must be voted on together.
shadowing and endorsing. the
I don't think that there's, at this point, a matter of debate. This is staff, and I gather through staff legal advice that those two have to be grouped. At this point, during a vote, points of privilege are allowed if you don't understand something or you need further explanation to be able to vote. That's allowable. Yes, that is a perfect point. Just 1 second. I don't think I'm in a voting screen, so just 1 second. Let me just get back. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just think to the point that Councillor Weeb is trying to address is that he wishes to vote on B separate from A, and that A1 or AI doesn't seem to hinge on B, because A Roman numeral 1 is actually connected to Appendix A. B references the implementation strategy, which is Appendix B. So I'm wondering if there's some confusion around the appendices. But we're severing.
Perhaps at this point, I think it might be helpful for you to understand why we need to vote with anything linked, that staff might be able to explain to councillors why we must vote for AI along with B.
So B only follows all of the A's. So until you vote for the A's, there's no, if the A's aren't approved, then there is no implementation plan. Do you see?
I see. So can we vote for although we're going in reverse order, can we just switch in this case and vote for the A's first and then separately vote for the B? It's just a matter of how we're doing it in terms of the order. Fine, thank you. That's all the explanation we need. So drop the B for now. We're going to come back to B, and we're going to vote for AI because oh, sorry, we're going in reverse order. So we'll start with A subsection IV because we're going backwards. These are all severed, each one of these clauses. So A, IV. Okay, AIV fails. And it fails with Mayor Stewart, Councillors DeGenova, Hardwick, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. So now we are going to vote on A subsection III. That passes with Councillor DeGenova in opposition. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I do have a point of privilege. My screen went black and I couldn't see what we're voting on, so I actually didn't vote.
Okay, did you want to vote?
Yes, I just need to see which one it is.
Okay, so it is.
3?
It is the one highlighted. Highlighted on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that fails with Councillor DeGenova, I'm sorry, that passes with Councillor DeGenova in opposition. We are now,
I'm sorry, Chair. Can I ask for a vote of reconsideration? My apologies, I was tied up with a parenting responsibility here.
a vote of reconsideration. So that,
This is for IV that we just voted on, correct?
it is correct. No, it is 3, it is I.
We just voted on I.
Yes,
Let me make sure that because I did intend to vote no to IV, which I did, correct?
yes. But we
Um,
just voted on I.
Yes, my apologies. I meant to vote in favor for that.
Okay, that's a vote of reconsideration. It takes 100%, I mean, a unanimous vote. All those in favor of reconsidering I. All say yay. Any opposed say nay. All right, we will reconsider a vote for I. Again, it's highlighted on the screen. And that passes unanimously. We are now moving to AII. And that passes unanimously. And we are now voting for AI.
Just a point of privilege, Chair?
Yes.
Would I include A, or did we already vote for A, the first paragraph, when we voted for B?
I think we'll just include that first set of wording with AI. No?
Okay, thanks.
Just a sec, oh, no, okay, no, because those are all amendments. So A is separate. We're only voting for I. Councillor Kirby Young? Okay, that passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. And now we are voting on the final one, which is just big letter A. Okay, oh, no, not quite yet. That passes with Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, Hardwick, and Wiebe in opposition. And now we have to go back to vote on B. Councillor DeGenova? Okay. And that does pass with Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, Hardwick, and Weeb in opposition. I believe that we have completed the voting process. And I suggest we take a short break, 5 minutes, just to regroup our energies. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, staff.
Good evening. Thank you for calling into the teleconferencing line. So item 1 has completed.
moving to referred motions. And just wanted to let everybody know that we do have some speakers on the line, something like 7 or 8. We have a speaker in person. So there are no speakers, however, to the first referred motion. So, yeah, there's no speakers, correct? I mean, maybe you could just. Okay. So the first, right, so that's the first referred motion is Vancouver Civic Theatre's Visioning Roadmap. I'll just call out again. Clerk, can you tell me if we had 3 people on the list, but none are on the line, is that right?
We have nobody on the line for item number 4.
Okay. So council, we could proceed with hearing this particular motion. So right now, the motion has been moved and seconded, so it is on the floor. Do we have any debate? 2, 3. Councillor. Yeah, so the no speakers to this item. It's been, at this point, when I'm looking at no one on the floor to speak to it, I can move you to a vote. So, clerk, move us to the vote on item 4.
Vote assist in favor, Councillor Wiebe.
Councillor Wiebe, can you put your camera on? Have we got, Councillor Wiebe, can you get that camera on? Yeah, he does, okay.
He has his camera on.
It's just, then he hasn't, oh, he has a vote assist in favor, got it. And all right, that vote passes unanimously. We are now on to speaker 5. We are now on to motion 5, strengthening the City of Vancouver's ethical purchasing policy, which was members' motion B4. And I'm going to just start with the speakers to this. Speaker 1, Gigi Lambert.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 2, Julie Barclay.
No, Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 3, Bill Bargman.
Speaker 3 has withdrawn.
Okay, Speaker 4 is in person, I hope. Lucas Meyer? Yes, Speaker 4 is in person. Yep, that's good.
So I'd like to speak to the improvements to the ethical purchasing policy. I think that they're an excellent idea because really, when I was a kid, it used to be we were given an assignment to find out where all our stuff was coming from, and it all used to come from Ontario and Quebec back in the '60s when I was in elementary school. That's what we found out. But now it comes from all over the world, and we don't really know what goes on in the factories over there. It's hard to go over there and take a look. It's the factories often gravitate to places that have very low labor standards, and sometimes are in authoritarian countries. So it's very difficult to just get in there and have a look and see what's going on. And so the bottom line is we can have very often we have these ethical policies, but there's no way to know, whether they're being properly carried out or not, because we cannot see inside the factories. Having a complaint-based system, I don't believe is the way to go, because we do, we don't know where most of our stuff comes from. It's basically a research project for an ordinary individual to know, where this or that item that they use or they see other people using on behalf of the city comes from. So, and also relying on sellers and brokers to tell us whether they're the people that make their products are being well treated. Definitely does not work, because they have a vested interest in selling the product. Of course, they're going to tell us, that oh yes, we treat our workers wonderfully, So bottom line is that we need a way of basically overseeing this and being able to look into the factories. And so I think it's an excellent idea to have, independent organizations that don't have a vested interest in the selling of the product, such as the Workers' Rights Consortium, to monitor and advise the city on and help them basically monitor what products come from where and what the actual situation is in the factories. I also really like the idea of having the oversight committee. I've worked so that you know a little bit of my personal history. I'm a former shop steward. I've worked with unions for a number of years, and we've always maintained connections with unions around the world. And to be able to speak on behalf of workers in other countries and have unions here basically advocating for people in other countries, I think is a good thing. And we do have organizations in the labor movement, such as Co-Development Canada, that do this on a regular basis, so that where unions have got together and they partner with NGOs and unions in other countries to make living conditions and working conditions better. So basically, I just like to remind people that the working conditions of the 19th century really didn't end in the 19th century. They carry on. We've basically just exported them to other countries. And as a rich country ourselves, and as privileged people, we have a duty to not only put these policies in place, but to make sure that they're enforced. So I would urge you to support this motion. Anyway, I know you've had a long night. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
You do you want to stay there for a moment? You do have some questions. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Hi.
Yes.
Couple questions. I have 3 minutes, so I'll try to be quick. My first one is, so you have some experience, and you said you're a shop steward. So how do you do this now? Like, I think about, makes me think about what I'm wearing, probably what you're wearing. How do you source what you're wearing today, for example?
Well, you see, that's the point. It's a very difficult thing, and you see and what's good, what I like about this is that, in a sense, by building up these NGOs and actually paying them some money, perhaps to look into this, will over time we'll develop basically systems for international enforcement of labor standards.
Okay.
So the thing is, but you're quite right. How do you know? And this is exactly the problem. And this is exactly why it takes extra effort and why we should be going ahead with this.
Okay. but you don't know, for example, if what you're wearing is ethically sourced at this point.
Well, this it's hard to remember. This, I bought this. I bought these clothes locally.
Right.
This was purchased. My shirt actually was purchased in Mexico from a street vendor. So it's so at least I know that the money went for my shirt. The money went directly into this person's hands. But
Okay, awesome. Thank you. My second question, just for time, because they give us limited time, is that you mentioned it might be great to pay some folks to do this work, but that's not what the motion calls for. It calls for creating a volunteer ethical purchasing oversight made up of members drawn from local unions, et cetera.
Well, that's the second part of it. But the first part of the motion, they're talking about using an NGO, and the one they suggested was the same as in San Francisco. The one they use, I believe, in San Francisco, which is the Workers' Rights Consortium. So, maybe you can instruct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that there were two parts to this, and the first part is to engage, try to find some sort of organization or NGO to help us do it, but also to have.
Do you know if the Workers' Rights Consortium has a local base here? Because I was just struck by it, and I thought that was a great point about the importance of supporting locals and local business, but you mentioned they're based in San Francisco. Do you know if they are local, have presence here, so we're not sending our dollars out of the country?
Well, to be honest, no, I don't. I do know that we do have Co-Development Canada here, which is but they don't do this kind of work specifically. My understanding is that this group does work for San Francisco, but I think in this case we're going to be dealing with people because this is to find out things outside the country. We're going to be dealing with people outside the country. I know in Co-Development Canada there's a big push to basically partner with people, not to tell them what to do, but to find out what they need and what they want. And I think we need to take that same attitude. So we won't necessarily. So I guess I would be to be honest. I don't know if this is a completely Canadian source company, but to be honest, I'd be uncomfortable if it were.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. But no problem.
So just to repeat that, it's 3 minutes for a councillor to ask questions of a speaker in committee. And so she has gone over her time, but thank you so much for coming. There are no more questions for you, but I appreciate also you being here in person and waiting to speak to us. Really, really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And to be fair to the councillor, I think it was me that burned up her time, not her. So she shouldn't be held responsible for that. But yes, I do hope that you'll support this motion.
Great. Thank you so much. We are moving on to Speaker 4, Lucas Meyer. Oh, sorry, that was Lucas Meyer. Speaker 5, Tim Lewis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Members of Council. By the way, you're doing an outstanding job of chairing tonight's meeting.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to be brief because, at the risk of being presumptuous, I'm going to tell you and members of Council that the motion before you is a common sense motion. To put the motion in context for your voters, your viewers, and your listeners, the City of Vancouver purchased apparel from suppliers that are getting their apparel from factories located all around the world in jurisdictions that do not have the same protections that we have here in Vancouver. It's a common sense motion, therefore, to recognize that it would be unfair, impractical, and unrealistic to ask your great staff to be hands-on, to have their fingers on the factory conditions in factories scattered all around the world. Now, we're not talking about small breaches of workers' rights. We're not talking about a boss that fails to give the appropriate amount of time for, say, a coffee break. Let me cut to the chase and be very, very frank with you. In most countries around the world, they do not have what we have here, a state-funded healthcare system. When the employer fails to pay the healthcare premiums for that worker, and the worker, therefore, goes without coverage and needs health care, that worker is sentenced to death. Through no fault of your staff, you have purchased from factories in Haiti where no fewer than 2 workers died because of that very reason. So it's a common sense motion to say staff located at 12th and Canby cannot be expected to be knowledgeable about what's going on in Haiti. Now, I'm just going to wrap up with one last comment. Your previous councillor, Kirby, asked whether or not the third party, the WRC, is based in Vancouver. And let me say, I'm sure that she will agree that we do not want the WRC to be based in Vancouver. The whole essence for contracting with either the WRC or a like organization is because it's not based in Vancouver, where the factory does not exist. But it does have workers, the WRC, to inspect factories, not in Vancouver, but in Haiti. The other question she asked about the clothing worn by the speaker, Mr. Myers. Well, that's a very good point. We should go further than just making certain that we do not purchase our clothing from sweatshops. What we should do is reduce to the maximum possible the amount of clothing that we purchase. And I want to brag for a moment, my partner Penny and I literally do not purchase new clothing. That is the long-term solution. But in the interim, let's make certain that the apparel that you spend my tax dollars on is not used to purchase from sweatshops that literally execute their workers. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for speaking. Councillor Kirby, you're on the queue, but I think, was that a holdover from Councillor Swanson? So you've got some questions, if you don't mind staying on the line with Tim.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank
Tim.
you.
Thanks so much, Tim, for wading through all that long Broadway Plan stuff. I wonder if you could tell us if you had anything to do with the ethical purchasing plan when you were a councillor and what it says.
Well, I really appreciate the question, Councillor Swanson. And yes, I would like to say that perhaps I did play a small part in being the driving force in getting the ethical purchasing policy adopted. And if memory serves me correctly, adopted not by a mere majority, but unanimously when I was on council. And that's because the council of that day looked past politics and did what I'm urging you and all of your fellow councillors to do today. They parked their politics at the door, took out from the cupboard their common sense hat, put the hat on and voted for the policy. So yes, Councillor Swanson, I did play a role in getting that policy adopted, together, of course, with wonderful people that were not on council, such as my good friend Tom Sanborn, who will speak later tonight and provide you with much more wisdom than I have provided you.
So what are the main points in the ethical purchasing policy?
For the ethical purchasing policy recognizes that workers in jurisdictions that lack adequate government regulations are literally at the mercy of the employer, such as workers who used to be in Britain in the Nixonian era. And so you and your members of council and I and other taxpayers, we have a moral duty to provide, if at all possible, those workers with the protection that they need by telling their employers that will not purchase from them if basic minimal health safety regulations are not adhered to, that we will not purchase from an employer that padlocks shut the fire escapes, creating death by fire. That was the essence of the policy. But the problem, and I take responsibility for it, is that we did not see down the road that it would be an unfair burden to ask your staff located at 12th and Canby to have the ability to inspect factories in Haiti. And that's what today is about. It is about the EPP passed when I was on council, but with the proper addition to make sure it's not just in theory, but it is in reality.
And that, thank you so much. That is it for Councillor Swanson's time, Tim. So appreciate those answers. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And that's it for your questions. But again, I'll always appreciate when you address council.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Have a good evening. Speaker 6, Tom Sanborn.
Hello.
Yep. Hello. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead to address council.
Hi, my name is Tom Sanborn, and I rise tonight to speak in favor of Councillor Swanson and Boyle's excellent resolution on improving enforcement of Vancouver's ethical purchasing policy. As Tim mentioned, I was part of a gang of grassroots organizers who argued to the City Council many years ago that the city needed an ethical purchasing policy. What we believed then, and what I think is still true now, is that we have a responsibility as taxpayers, as citizens, in a relatively safe and democratic setting, to use our collective buying power when we do institutional buying to send messages back down the supply chain into the apparel industry in particular, which is notorious for its lethal treatment of workers. And the city adopted a very strong resolution with good principles, and it points to the moral seriousness of the city, that we don't want our money to go into destructive worker abuse, and we want our tax dollars to be spent in ways that support the values of the city. I think it's become clear that actually enforcing those good intentions is beyond the resources available to staff here in Vancouver. And therefore, I really support the first of the two suggestions in this resolution, which is that staff be tasked to bring back some results from negotiating with nonprofit NGOs, such as the Workers' Rights Consortium, to get a costing for what it would take to do the kind of service for the City of Vancouver's ethical purchasing that Workers' Rights Consortium, for example, does for over 100 universities and municipalities across North America, including Los Angeles and San Francisco and the University of British Columbia, Vancouver Island, here in our province. I have no particular investment as to what group is chosen by city staff, but I would argue that it should be a nonprofit group and a group with expertise and contacts in the source cities. The Workers' Rights Consortium, I think, answers to that definition. Staff may find another group that does as well. What's important here in principle, and what I'm not a bit shy to beg everyone on council to vote for, is that we go back to the good intentions of 17 years ago, give them some effectuation, give them some teeth, give them the moral strength to actually send those messages back down the supply chain that the city of Vancouver will no longer end up complicit in the death of workers, as indirectly we did in the deaths of the workers in the two Haitian factories that Tim was referencing. These were factories that were on the approved list for supplying the city of Vancouver in 2021, despite the fact that in 2020 it was reported that they had taken steps that led to 2 of their workers dying, stealing the money that had been set aside for their health insurance, and resulting in them going to hospital, being turned away, and dying. That's something I think we all have to live with. I urge us to do the right thing, the ethical thing. Vote for this resolution, and when the proposals come back from staff, vote to take steps to put real enforcement teeth into the good intentions of our ethical purchasing policy. Oscar Wilde famously said that hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue. I think we need to move from a position that could successfully be argued as hypocritical to actually doing the virtuous thing, doing the right thing. I am very grateful to council for sitting through this long day, taking time to consider this important matter, and I urge you to vote yes on this resolution.
Thank you. And you do have some questions, if you don't mind staying on the line. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for calling in. I want to specifically ask, because you actually spent some time referencing it and commenting on it, the Workers' Rights Consortium. I'm not super familiar with the organization, but I did do some review, and rather opaque. They don't indicate a lot of information about their financials. There's no annual reports, nothing publicly available. The most I could get was that revenues are about $2 million annually, largely coming from universities, mostly American, some Canadian, a few Canadian. And I'm just trying to reconcile, if we're wanting to, in the direction here is to actually get some costing, so it would cost the city money, obviously, how like the lack of accountability that I'm seeing in this organization. Can you comment on them as an organization?
I don't carry a specific brief for the Workers' Rights Consortium. My understanding is that they're a well-respected group amongst other NGOs and human rights advocates. I'm sure that your staff, tasked by you to bring back a report, will make a thorough investigation and go farther than a Google search to see what sort of accountability and records they could retrieve. In terms of costs, I understand that you have a fiduciary duty to be concerned about the cost the city pays for enforcing a policy like this. I can only point out to you that workers in third world hellholes who die because there's no anti-sweatshop policy having an impact in their factory pay a much higher price than the fairly modest amount that the city of Vancouver would pay. My understanding is that the general price range for this kind of consulting service is between $50,000 and $100,000, which, given the amount of money that has not been spent on enforcement in the decade and a half that we've had this policy on the books, could be viewed as accrued money that could be paid for a while to see what it's like when we actually enforce this and actually take the lives of the workers who make the apparel for the city seriously.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato, and thank you very much, Tom, for speaking to us, taking that time to keep us informed of your position. Really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is Speaker 7 on the line? Richard McHughes?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. You have addressed council. You're very clear.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's kind of a delight to hear the wise comments of Tim Lewis and Tom Sanborn. He always has a great quote, although you have to think about it for a moment. I speak as a citizen and as a former board and staff member of Oxfam Canada. The Global North continues to exploit the Global South. But in 2005, City Council developed a policy that would ensure that the city would purchase only products that were ethically sourced. The policy was strong and progressive. It was also hard to monitor, as we see in the deaths of the 2 garment workers in Haiti. This policy also meant that the city had created a set of relationships, both in Canada and the Global South. And like any relationship, it must be nurtured, and both partners in a relationship need to be heard. Council and staff have endless obligations. Capacity is always an issue. The voices of the workers are often faint or quieted, and they come from far away. In 2022, I think it's a moral, ethical imperative for Vancouver to act in the spirit of the 2005 policy, to be active, not passive. The proposal to create a volunteer committee of knowledgeable citizens makes good sense. This group can pay attention to the matters that sometimes slip by. The proposals in the resolution support Vancouver's commitment to ethical sourcing, but it also represents a kind of global activism. I think that all of us want to do what we can to help create a more just world. The resolution should be supported. I close with a quote from the American author Alice Walker that I came upon recently. She writes, "Activism is the rent I pay for living on this planet." Thank you.
Thank you. You have no questions. That was very clear, and I really appreciate you calling in to us.
Oh, you're most welcome. Glad to be here.
That moves us on to Speaker 8, Penny Parry.
Hello, hello.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you again for the long day that I know you've had. I'm Penny Parry, and I'm a citizen in Vancouver, and I also was an employee of the City of Vancouver for 4 years as your child and youth advocate. So I have a bit of an understanding and empathy, certainly, with staff who actually work extremely hard. And here we might be, but we're not, asking them to do one more thing. So I'm speaking very strongly in favor of a motion that is in regard to strengthening the City of Vancouver's ethical purchasing policy. And by strengthen, I mean giving it teeth, as so many of the people before me have said, but not necessarily just to go around, flexing their muscles and biting just for the will of it, but so as to allow the city to proactively latch on, hang on, be in touch on an ongoing basis so that they be able to identify problems in the making, something our current situation does not allow us to do, and use our teeth to work to head off problems before they lead to bad, and as we know, in some cases, lethal consequences. So giving teeth to EPP will give the city the power to proactively and over time monitor adherence to what, as Rick just said, was a very strong policy that we have, which is already set. But now what we can go ahead and do is actively act on it from a proactive point of view. The model proposed in this motion is one in which the City of Vancouver would work in partnership or contract with a nonprofit organization, and you've heard the reasons why one would want nonprofit organization, like the Workers' Rights Consortium, and it has the following advantages. The model proposed recognizes that city staff, as usual, are working as best they can, given the time and many requests for their work that they have on their plate already, and to heap more on staff plates is really not an option. The model also allows for proactive, ongoing, direct inspection of problems, visiting of factories. We really can't expect to either afford to send people over to foreign countries that are far away where these factories exist. But the Workers' Rights Consortium and others like them can do that kind of thing and do it and have a strong track record of actually systematically visiting factories once it appears about every 3 years. So you have an ongoing system of keeping in touch with the very source. And they not only visit the factories, they interview the workers. And that is something that we would never be able to do. So that's the first of its actual, or the second of its abilities. The third is that some might say that we have other more pressing city problems on which to spend our money. We do have pressing problems in the city. We have people dying here, and we have people living in very unsafe work conditions and probably working in unsafe work conditions. But we are a global community, as a couple of the speakers have already mentioned, and we are not totally uninvolved in the deaths and maltreatment of people working in sweatshops. We and the city of Vancouver buy and use products that result from their labor. So we must admit our part in people dying, perhaps far away from us, but dying because we purchase what they make. And we could be preventing the maltreatment and death of people that we are instead kind of looking the other way because we haven't come up with a good proposal until now. So I ask you to support the motion, and I thank you for seeking our input before making a decision, and for listening to me and to all the other speakers and letter writers that you have listened to today. I think there's a very strong case for the proposal being put forward by Councillors Boyle and Swanson. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly timed and very clear. You don't have any questions, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night. Speaker 9, Ellen Wordsworth.
Thank you very much for having us at the end of a long day that deliberated some of the issues that are contained in this motion. I appreciate the work of the councillors, the staff, and the speakers who are so eloquently speaking to this motion. When I remember in 2005, when we developed this motion and supported it wholeheartedly, voted unanimously for it, because we finally come of age, understanding that we were a global city, that people had come, except for the Indigenous people, to this country and to this city because it was new, it was exciting, there was a possibility of wages and unemployment insurance and some coverage for them as workers here. And they also watched what Council was doing. And for the first time, Council really was talking clearly about protecting not only the workers here in Canada, but the workers across the world that often we assume that the federal government is going to take care of. So it was a really, really exciting time to pass the ethical purchasing program and to lay in the essential concepts. And when I did go online and took a look at it, I saw that they'd gone even further and talked about the diversity of people around the world and in Vancouver. And if I look at it, I was thinking about how many of these workers are women, how many of these workers are racialized, how many are parents with little kids fighting to make enough money to pay for them to have something to eat. As basic as that is the difference. If you've got a policy that has teeth to it, as someone said, then you can ensure those kinds of working conditions and living conditions for the whole family. I think it's a tragedy that somebody misused the policy, that the ethical purchasing policy, and that the subsequent cost with some people's lives. And we have we have no idea of knowing how many other people may have misused this really good policy. But I think that this is a very straightforward motion. It comes up with some solutions. It gives staff a chance to look at things. And it corrects the weaknesses in the policies using the experience of San Francisco. And I think we have to remember when we're talking about all this is that we're in an age of technology. You don't have to go places anymore. You can go via technology, and we can work with San Francisco just like they work with their brothers and sisters around the world, checking on what the conditions are and checking out who these companies are, because they do come and go. But with that, the kind of technology we've got, we don't have to spend a fortune to find out whether a company is ethical that we're reached a contract with. So I'm hoping very much that you'll vote unanimously to show that you support the workers, because that's what it's about. We're a global city in a global context, and we want to show that Vancouver is not just a city for the wealthy, which it seems to be the direction that it's going in, but that we really have a city hall that speaks out for everyone, no matter what their working conditions are, and enables them to have a job, have decent wages, and have workers' protection. And I think that ethical purchasing is an indication of that, and we just need to upgrade it. And there's some clear solutions of how that you can do that. So I'd like to thank the movers of this motion, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Boyle, and I'd like to thank all of you and urge you to vote unanimously for these straightforward recommendations.
Great. Thank you. That was super clear, Ellen. I really appreciate the work that you do in community and coming to speak to us on this issue. No questions for you, so have a good evening.
You too.
And speaker 10, Nathan Vilner.
Hello. So I'm excited at the opportunity to speak to the council today. I'm speaking in favor of Councillor Swanson and Boyle's resolution on getting real enforcement on Vancouver's ethical purchasing policy. Because, frankly, there are lives at stake. With our ethical purchasing policy, it should be actually enforced, designed in such a way that it's creating waves down the supply chain, and showing that that Vancouver is not going to do business with sweatshop suppliers who abuse their workers. Now, we've had a really passive approach to implementing this stuff. It's been, I think, obviously very ineffective. So there's an example, the two Haitian factories that broke their labor codes, and they didn't make it legal. They did not make their legally mandated payments to cover their workers under health insurance, and they were on our list of approved suppliers. So workers were turned away from health care and were left uninsured and died as a result. While the employer, they're under our supplier lists, and nothing was really done about this. It was only after people actually brought this to the attention of city staff that there were any steps to investigate what happened here. Now, obviously, the clothing industry, it's full of labor rights abuses and unregulated safety issues, and I think it's important that Vancouver it communicates its values here to suppliers, and that it insists something like worker abuse. It's not going to be tolerated, not in the supply chain that we're a part of. So, with the ethical purchasing policies that we have, it's important to have enforcement by Vancouver that is actually proactive, that there's real enforcement happening. I think what's a good idea is engaging in a nonprofit consultant to conduct inspections on these factories, and be in communications with unions and human rights advocates in the countries that that the apparel is coming from. And this is something that has been implemented and is working well in LA and San Fran. It's been effective. So I think that improving our enforcement on our ethical purchasing policies, it's the right thing to do, but it's pretty important beyond just the moral reasons, but as well for the reputation that Vancouver has. The damage reputationally that could be done to Vancouver if it really does become public knowledge that these are regulations that are not being enforced in any effective way. I mean, that could be a really, I think, immense amount of damage for the reputation of the city. I think it's better that we invest, a modest amount in the enforcement for these policies, rather than the city stand condemned for collusion with labor rights abuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. It was very clear. No questions for you. So again, thank you and have a good evening. Council, that takes us to the end of the list. And yes, I'll just review those who were not in attendance. Is Gigi Lambert on the line?
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Speaker 2, Julie Barclay?
No, not on the line.
Okay, that's it for the debate. I mean, for the speakers list. So we can just move to debate on this decision right now. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I wanted to send an amendment. I did send an amendment. It just adds another thing. It says that we want to deal with nonprofit groups, so it adds nonprofit in. And it adds another thing that the group would do, which is conduct factory inspections, and what Vancouver would do pending the outcome of those inspections.
I'll just move us to an amendment queue. And if you have anything more to say, Councillor Swanson, on that?
The other thing I just want to say is this is just a staff report back. It doesn't commit us to any money. But I think the speakers were pretty eloquent in the importance of it. Thank them very much for speaking. And I hope we can pass this right away so we can go home.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. This is to the amendment, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the general direction in A, although I'm struggling a little bit with this new amendment, specifically because nonprofit organizations would explicitly preclude like B corporations, for instance, which we know operate in that space and do a lot of important work and could maybe do it better. And so I'm unsure as to why to do that. And then I think conducting 2 or 3 factory inspections seems like a little overly prescriptive when we're kind of setting up some general sort of parameters in A already. So just kind of looking at it now, and
Okay, that's clear to the...
I'm finding it a bit overly prescriptive, and I don't like the idea about shutting out B Corps. I think there's a missed opportunity there. So B Corps, for anyone who doesn't know what a B Corp is like a certified good corporation that does, meet all these sort of criteria that we would be hoping for in an ethical purchasing policy. And it seems unnecessary to cut them out. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato, to the amendment.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Could I just, through you to our city manager, ask if this is something that's already contemplated in policy discussions that staff are undertaking around the ethical purchasing policy? Is this an area that they've considered, is having factory, apparel factories inspected?
Thanks, Chair, through you. So no, this is not work that we would have the capacity to do. So this would be Subject to council's decision here, we could certainly explore this and report back on what the implications would be, but it's not something that would be within our current capability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, just to respond to Councillor Fry about the nonprofit. We heard Councillor Boyle and I met with a person from the Workers' Rights Consortium, and we heard from them that it's important to have nonprofit groups because a lot of the groups that do this kind of work actually benefit from the sales that happen in the factories that they theoretically examine. So to them, and it seemed to make sense to me, and I think Councillor Boyle, that it made a lot of sense that these are nonprofit rather than profit-making companies.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle?
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to, I'm happy to support the amendment and wanted to clarify that my understanding is the direction around factory inspections in A3 isn't about the city doing those ourselves, but to be working with an organization that does that type of work, which I think is reasonable to be looking at as part of enforcement and compliance of this policy. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova?
Thanks. I also just had a follow-up question, point of information through you, Chair, to Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson had just answered in her answer to a question talking about nonprofits and versus I suppose private corporations and profits, but nonprofits could Councillor Swanson pay a number of executives a high wage. I mean, there are nonprofits with huge overheads, so I'm just wondering how do you reconcile that and to make sure that this is equal in your understanding of nonprofits?
Would be that the staff would investigate and figure out which was the appropriate nonprofit group and that we could get the best deal from.
Okay, and I just want to be clear, it's our staff that would be conducting these factory inspections?
No.
So who's conducting the factory inspections?
Organizations such as the Workers' Right Consortium that staff would figure out.
Okay, I'll just I'll leave my comments there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And that's it for speakers to the amendment. Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on the amendment, please. Okay, that vote fails with 4 in opposition. Oh, yeah, wait a second. No, the abstains. It passes because, sorry, thank you. The abstains count in favor. So that amendment passes with Councillors DeGenova, Hardwick, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. And that takes us back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, to the motion as amended.
Yes, so Chair, I've circulated a referral. I'll wait so you can see it. And it is to refer this motion to staff for more information. I'll attempt to speak to it in my rationale for why. I appreciate the value in the ethical purchasing policy and applaud the previous councils have put in place, and appreciate that there have been some breaches of that policy with procurement that was done with for apparel. But what I'm struggling with this evening is that we have a recommendation that we get costing from an organization like the Workers' Rights Consortium, for which we have very limited information, including on their website, very little detail, no annual reports, no financials. I realize there may be other organizations that do similar work, that do factory inspections. But also in the motion, it proposes a structure specifically, and it's not just an advisory body or a task force, it's actually an oversight committee for the city's procurement policy and processes. And I feel like, as someone sitting in this seat, that I don't have a lot of information on what the implications are of that procurement. There's multitudes of international, national laws around procurement. I support the intent of it, but I would like to understand, is that the right model or approach to getting to the end and the outcomes that I think Councillor Boyle is seeking in this. So I would like to refer to staff for more information, as opposed to right now, the motion is very prescriptive around engaging certain organizations, setting up a certain structure, and I don't know if the city manager has any comments on it, but that's what I'm lacking some clarity around. And I did ask, I know, a question around other jurisdictions of Councillor Boyle yesterday, and I know she didn't have that information at her fingertips. But I do think I'd like more information on the organizations and the structure that's proposed.
Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Dominato. I didn't move you to the amendment queue. No, my fault. So clerks, that was 2 minutes on the main queue for Councillor Dominato. That should have been on the amendment queue. And let's move Councillor Swanson and who else was on? Kirby Young, was it? DeGenova. All right. We did have Dominato. Now she just spoke.
No, not me, I think.
I think it was Councillor Swanson, then DeGenova. Thank you.
This is a motion for a staff report. It's not a motion to engage the Workers' Rights Consortium. It's not a motion to set up an oversight committee. It's a motion for a staff report on some of these items. So I don't think we can lose anything by passing it or referring it to staff, because what the motion does is refer it to staff.
That's it, Councillor Swanson?
That is it.
Councillor DeGenova?
I'm just going to say that I support this referral, and we have many motions to deal with next week as well. And I think about all of the work that our staff will have to complete. And the fact is, the previous council did deal with this. If there were some issues, this could have been brought forward very simply with an inquiry to staff as to what went wrong before that direction back. And I don't see that in the staff comments. I don't see that those initiatives were taken, or that there's no other way forward here. So I appreciate the referral, and I will be supporting it, in the interest of time, and noting that, some of this purchasing policy, and procurement comes down to being a city responsibility, but also some of this, I believe, falls outside of the jurisdiction of the city of Vancouver, what is prescribed in this motion. So I do appreciate it. I think that we need to move forward and make sure that we do have policies that protect ethical purchasing. But at the same time, I think that it would be helpful for council to understand what the previous council did. And also look at ways that staff thoughtfully can consider coming forward to us. And if they feel that they need oversight or they need to include others in that, I'm sure that will come back in the report. I'm very confident on that. So I will be supporting the referral motion, and I hope others will as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Kirby Young?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief because I'm exhausted, and I think council are exhausted, and I think of the significant business we have ahead of us, like a capital plan and public hearings and a Vancouver plan, and a lot coming the next week. And I love the spirit behind this motion in terms of strengthening our ethical purchasing policies. I think that's critical and essential. But I also want to better understand the idea of having an oversight committee and what that construct is in terms of authority and sort of legal, because the majority of, and I know the staff feedback said that we have a relatively small purchaser of apparel, and our biggest thing is uniforms. But what I would like to better understand is the impact, because some of those uniforms are pretty essential for things like firefighters and for maintenance workers. And so those things need to keep moving along. And we also want to make sure that we get good value for the taxpayer dollar and we spend the money ethically and spend it well. And so 100% support the spirit behind this, but I think we need to set up the right structure. And I think that if we send that signal that that is the intention of council and people are fully supportive of the intention here, but let's get some information to set up the best construct. And then hopefully we could dispose of this business because we got a lot of stuff to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to reiterate what Councillor Swanson said, that this is already asking for information back, and so I don't think we need to refer it. Let's pass it to reflect the commitment I'm hearing to this work, and we'll get that information back for the decisions that we'll need to make based on it. Thanks.
Okay, that's great. Oh, Councillor Bligh, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I too support this in principle. I just needed, I felt compelled to just make a quick comment in that this sort of, the notion and the simplicity that I'm inferring from it, that, well, staff could just report back. We don't have staff sitting around waiting for something to do. Our staff are oversubscribed, and this has a 3-month timeline as the motion as it's drafted. And we hear every single meeting, our city manager stands up and talks about particularly with ACCS and you know, there'll be crossover, I'm sure, with many different departments with this motion and this amendment, that we're losing staff because we're adding more and more and more, and we're right up against the end of our term here. So I think the referral strikes a balance of being able to not just vote it down, but to say, yes, it's important, and we need to recognize that we have to respect the bandwidth of our staff, their mental health, their ability to be able to get this work done within the timeline. We're going into our last 6 weeks. August is oftentimes a time of sort of respite and break for our staff, and what we're saying here is that this is going to be more important than that. And this can wait. This can wait. This is not urgent. So I'm just going to leave it there. I'll be supporting the referral.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bligh. And that takes us to a vote on, this would be on the referral, of the referral motion. Oops, sorry. That vote, that referral motion does pass with myself, Councillor Fry, Councillor Boyle in opposition. You voted in favor. Okay, it's late. I understand the situation. We need a motion to rescind that vote. You've got the motion. All those in favor say what? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, we'll do a revote on this. Okay, that motion does, sorry. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young, are you having difficulty voting? It shows you as not voted. Do you want to vote assist on this one? Yeah. Okay, it shows now. Thank you. That motion fails with myself, Councillor Fry, Swanson, Weeb, and Boyle in opposition. Boyle. So I got that
Point
right.
of privilege, are we calling referral so that we can change the outcome of votes? Because I feel like that's what's happening here.
Are we calling?
For rescissions, because now people are changing votes?
No, I'm pretty positive that was an error, and it's late, and so I will accept that it's under situations where everybody is tired, that mistakes can be made. It's happened twice, but I don't think that they were a change of mind. I think they were an error in voting. Yes, go ahead.
Point of privilege.
From clerks, because Councillor Kirby Young is right. There's more than one vote that's changed in this vote. So what the issue we're dealing with right now is that we showed a vote. One councillor said that they accidentally voted incorrectly. We should have just changed that councillor's vote, but what we did is we did a whole new vote, and now we have 2 new votes, which has changed the outcome of the motion. So from a governance perspective and a process perspective, this is not correct.
There should just be a correction of the vote, I believe. There's an opportunity, because earlier, if you recall, Councillor Carr, you had advised that a vote could have just been corrected on the record, and I said I hadn't actually voted. Now we're hearing that this was an error in voting, and so I heard you say earlier that the clerk can simply correct an error in voting on the record. So that would seem to be a consistent process to follow.
Yeah, your vote just didn't show up as a vote, so.
No, I'm speaking about Councillor Swanson just wanting to correct her vote as an error. We've often done that and said it will be reflected in the minutes.
Sorry, just 1 second. The clerks will just see if there is anything about that. I will wait for the clerks to report.
Point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead with the point of privilege. Councillor DiFionova.
Chair Carr, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but when you're on WebEx, you can't hear the conversation that's actually going on in the chamber. So I was just kind of, if the mics aren't on, so I'm not even sure how this vote of reconsideration came about. And to be able to make an educated decision on everything here, I need to understand that. So could you please explain that to me, how this came about?
It came about at the request of Councillor Swanson. And similarly, I think you had an earlier request for.
Talking about now, Councillor Carr. I was in the chamber earlier, so please tell me about now.
No, just that Councillor Swanson's in the chamber. She, when I read out who voted, anyway, when I read out the record, she indicated that she had voted in error, which I have witnessed many times. A revote happen because a councillor did inadvertently make an error. And so I put forward there was a motion to put forward a rescission, and that passed, and that's why we are where we are. But I'm going to just turn now to the clerks.
Explain that next time and understand that we can't hear you on WebEx sometimes. If mic's on, Don.
Under parliamentary procedure or under our procedure bylaws, once a vote of rescission is made and the vote is then redone, it is again an open vote, and anybody can make a decision to vote in whatever way they want at that point. That's our rules. So that stands, and the referral does fail. So we are back to the voting. sorry, request to speak. We're back to the speakers list in the main queue. Councillor Dominata, you are still on the floor. Councillor Swanson?
No, I still have the floor, Chair.
Pardon me?
I still have the floor, as you just noted.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did, but I thought you said you.
No, I said yes, I still have the floor. I was just trying to put my mic on. I do
Oh,
have a
I'm
further-
sorry. Then I'll
have a
just have the
further
clerk.
amendment.
Have the clerk put you on the list again. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
You're just going to have to. You're on the floor now, so we'll just change the order. But anyway, there. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm going to put this in writing, but it is to amend A, Roman numeral 2, around advising on any potential apparel suppliers. Staff had indicated there was confusion around that, and that's indicated in Roman numeral 1, but not in Roman numeral 2. So I am going to move that.
I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Dominato. And I'll give you the floor on that.
I've sent that in.
Okay, that's clear. Does everybody see that that is the addition, not just in general suppliers, but apparel suppliers? I'm not seeing anybody question that. Any speakers? So it's just highlighting the one word change? Okay. Council, just as we're waiting to get that on the screen, I'm just being informed by the clerk, there's no other speakers on the line. So we could have the ability, if we move to extend beyond 10, to finish the items of business. And I'm just looking to
Move to extend to
have a motion.
complete.
Sorry, Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Move to extend to complete the business.
Thank you. So all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? Thank you. Okay, it's on the screen now, and if we could move to a vote. This is on the amendment by Councillor Dominato. Is that good? And that passes unanimously. Councillor Dominato, are you good? Okay, and do you want A and B severed? Just great. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue, so let's move to. Oh, I'm sorry. Main queue. I am so sorry. You're absolutely right. Councillor Dominato is off now. Councillor Swanson, somehow you are on the floor still. No. Councillor DeGenova. This is the main queue to the amended motion. Councillor DeGenova is no longer in the meeting. Councillor Fry, to the main motion as amended.
Yeah, I submitted a couple of amendments. As I'm feeling super exhausted and I was thinking, man, we have so many things to do. And I thought, wow, 3 months for staff to do this? This really isn't fair. So I'm going to just go ahead and suggest that we strike the within 3 months. I just don't think that's realistic or fair to put that burden on staff. And then secondly, in B, the language sort of presupposed that staff would recommend this volunteer purchasing oversight committee. I think there's a lot of potential for that to be, I'm not totally sold on the idea of this committee, so I'd like staff to report back with any recommendations on creating it rather than just recommendations on creating it. And so that, with that said, rather than the committee would liaise, they could liaise. So it's really, seems semantical, but gives me a little bit more comfort.
Great. Sorry, I forgot to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Drummond, I don't think you're on that queue. Anybody speaking to the amendment by Councillor Fry? Councillor Kirby Young?
I still have the same challenges I had with the construct. I appreciate Councillor Fry's intent here in the spirit of saying any recommendations. It still, to me, feels like it presupposes a committee and it still says oversight committee, which I think is problematic from a governance construct. So there.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue, so I think we can go to a vote on this amendment, set of amendments by Councillor Fry. Okay. That does pass with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Councillor Fry, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. I'm seeing no one else on the queue. So at this point, we've had a vote to sever. Oh, sorry. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, very briefly, Chair, is that appreciate the issues, and particularly a couple of the speakers that spoke to the issue around human rights and in the context of an ethical purchasing policy. I think it's a really important issue. As I indicated earlier, I was really hoping to have more information, particularly when we're naming organizations and suggesting getting costing for their support. So I'm going to abstain on A, and I just want to articulate why, is that I don't feel I have sufficient information on that. But I support the work in looking at the policy further. I just wish it had been broader and that we would have had more information. And I won't be supporting B for similar reasons that some of my colleagues have articulated. It's fairly prescriptive. We have little information about how an oversight committee would work with our existing procurement processes and policies. And so it's actually the construct I have concerns with in this case. Again, why I supported a referral to get more information, whereas this is fairly clear that it's wanting this created, and I don't have sufficient information for that. And so I just wanted to be transparent on those points.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby Young?
Point of information, are we just voting the amendment, or is that the final A now?
This is the final. We've just passed the amendments, so this is...
That's the final A that's on screen?
Or final A that's on the screen.
Okay,
Oh, no,
because
just
that
a
doesn't
minute.
make
Wait a
sense.
second.
So I'm honestly at the
Sorry,
point
sorry.
where
We're
I
not
don't think
final.
I can carry on with this. We're spending an inordinate amount of city time and resources on something when we have 4-year capital plans, significant public hearings, and all we asked was to get good information, and now we have clauses that are nonsensical. So it's very frustrating on this process because it's impossible to vote on something that doesn't make sense. Now we have a clause that says 2 and something else, and we're going to go through a whole series of other amendments, and I think this is sort of proves the point that we should get some information back because clearly we are not handling this
Point of
well.
privilege.
So a point of privilege, yes?
Yeah, if I could just explain, I submitted just the part that I was striking, that first clause. I didn't propose striking the sub clauses from A, which was Roman numerals 1 through 2, 3.
Oh, right.
So that's what's not showing here, the final amendment. And so my apologies for, I was just cutting and pasting and being a little bit lazy about the additional formatting, because you know how the numbers go when they're numbered.
Thanks for pointing that out, Councillor Fry. We'll just wait till we get that up on the floor. Yeah, unless you wish to continue speaking at this point, Councillor Kirby. No? Okay. But there is, just to make sure everybody's clear, there was a request to sever A from B. Yes, I think Councillor Kirby, you are done on this? Great. We don't have anybody else on the queue, so yes, we can move to a vote, and we will do A first. That vote passes with no one in opposition. And we will go to vote on B. Okay, does everybody see B clearly? Great. That vote passes, just sorry. Oh, one person hasn't voted. Councillor Bligh? That vote passes with 3 in opposition, Councillor Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young. All right, that is. Yes, we have 3 people absent, correct. Okay. Great. We are, and that is it for this motion. So we are on our last motion, and that, sorry, that is motion 6, which is a A motion to amend bylaw number 11529, Mayor and Councillor expenses to clearly define eligible and prohibited use of discretionary funds. This was member motion B5, moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor DiGenova. Clerk, is there any speakers on the line?
There are no speakers on the line.
Okay. I'll call Kira Jones on the line. And speaker 2, Johnny Matthews.
No, no
Great.
speakers on the line.
All right, we can move council to debate and decision on this motion. Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I will speak briefly in support of the motion. I think that one thing I am proud about of this council is that we have consistently taken additional steps to support transparency and in an effort to restore public faith and engagement. And that has taken many forms, whether it's the appointment of an integrity commissioner, a new auditor general to provide independent oversight of city expenditures and funds, and the importance in terms of using those well and wisely, to extending public participation through virtual public hearings and a number of other components. And I think that this motion is in, sorry, my voice is going. This motion is very much in the spirit of those commitments and actions that have been successfully implemented by this council. I don't think you can ever have too much public transparency, and I think that a regular review in due course is a good thing in terms of looking at ensuring that there's clarity around what the guidelines are about use of funds, and if there are some improvements to be made, fantastic. And if it comes back and we feel that they're strengthened, I think that affirmation is good, and I'm quite confident there'll be some room for clarification and improvement. And I think that this motion, and I commend Councillor Dominato, really took kind of that perspective on looking at it, not a political perspective, but one around which I think is a trait she's exhibited consistently, the spirit of good governance throughout this, and I think that that's something that this council can, in supporting this motion, continue the legacy on the other actions that I mentioned that we have taken. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And I do not see anyone else on the list, so I believe we can be moved to a vote on this motion. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, that, council, takes us to the end of our agenda. And I really appreciate you all being willing to stay and complete it. So we will now convene in council with with Deputy Mayor Bligh in the chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. So we will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Deputy Mayor Bligh in the chair, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby Young. You have quorum, Deputy Mayor Bligh.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1, 2, 5. Let me just check and make sure that's the correct number. I believe it is.
1 to 6. Sorry, apologies, I don't have my agenda with me anymore. So recommendations for items 1 to 6.
Moved.
So move Councillor Kirby Young, seconder.
Fry.
Councillor Fry. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting, please? Councillor Dominato, seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody.